Good morning, councillors. Good morning. Good morning, councillors. Good morning. I've got councillors. Can I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? I've got councillors. Can I have your attention, please? There is a white Toyota Baki, registration BP 15V5 GP. The lights are on. BP. Can you please attend to it? GP. The lights are on. BP. Can you please attend to it? 15V5 GP. BP. Please attend to it. 15V5 GP. Please attend to it. Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Good morning, councillors. May we please take our seats? Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Please, councillors, settle down. In 5 minutes, we are starting. Good morning, councillors. Let's start our. Good morning, councillors. Please take your seat. Let's start our meeting, please. Can I request our athletes in the foyer to be quiet, please? We are starting our meeting now. Athletes in the foyer to be quiet, please. We are starting our meeting now. Honorable Alderwomen, Aldermen and councillors, due notice was given to this special council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare the meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly trust that you have all signed the attendance register. Kindly note that if you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our special council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer and meditation, please. By observing a moment of silence in prayer and meditation, please. Thank you so much. His Worship, the Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, honorable councillors, leaders of officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and public. I welcome you all in this special council meeting. Thank you. Honorable councillors, let me, on behalf of the City of Tshwane, express my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Palesa Malaji, a 17-year-old grade 12 pupil from Nzako Secondary School in Soshanguve, who was brutally murdered. May her soul rest in peace. If we can have a moment of silence, please. If we can have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. The purpose of this special council meeting is to firstly debate the 2023 budget speech delivered by the MMC for Finance on the 24th May 2023, and thereafter to discuss and consider the following matters as contained in this agenda: the City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, tabling of the City of Tshwane 2023-2024, review of the 2023-2022-2026 Integrated Development Plan, and also Group Financial Service Department Budget 2023-2024 Medium Term Revenue and Expenditure Framework for the City of Tshwane. Honorable Councillors, for purpose of informing Council in as far as leave of absent for Councillors from Council meeting to present to Council the approved leave of absent of Councillors. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the following councillors have been improved in line with our city's processes in acquiring leave of absence. Councillor S. Leilaka of the ANC Family Responsibility, Councillor Zacharia Mtotila, ANC Sick Leave, Councillor Lerato Machara, ANC Family Responsibility, Councillor Fortune Mampuru, ANC Family Responsibility, Councillor Michael Ndlovu, ANC Family Responsibility, Councillor Bafana Nslapu, ANC Family Responsibility, Councillor Rebecca Monchusi, EFF Sick Leave, and Councillor Obakeng Ramaburu, EFF Leave. Speaker, I received one request to arrive late. and that is from Councillor Kingsley Wakeland of the DA to arrive at 11:30, and I did not receive any request to leave early. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip.
Thank you.
Official notice, there are none. Unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposal allowed by the Speaker. Unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposal allowed. Honorable Councillor, please be reminded that we will also have our continuation council meeting today. Immediately after conclusion of this special council meeting for a debate on a budget speech and the consideration of IDP and MT and MTRAF, and after a short break and thereafter commence with the continuation and after a short break and thereafter commence with the continuation council. City of Tshwane Athletic Club and Tshwane Metropolis Athletic Club. City of Tshwane Athletic for you to understand what I'm talking about. Honorable Councillors, the City of Tshwane Athletic Club is a running club that caters for all City of Tshwane employees, whereas the Tshwane Metro Police Athletics Club serve for Metropolis staff. The clubs offer their members an opportunity to get involved in their members an opportunity and to get involved in road running, walking. We would like to acknowledge the participation of both clubs at the upcoming Comrades Marathon 2023 of Down Runs on 11 June 2023. The Comrades Marathon is an annual ultramarathon of approximately 89 kilometers, which takes place in KwaZulu-Natal. Approximately 89 kilometers, which takes place in KwaZulu-Natal. It is the world's largest ultramarathon race. It is the world's largest ultramarathon race. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you very much, councillors. Please be seated. Please be seated. This year, the Comrades Marathon has attracted at least 20,000 athletes from more than the Comrades Marathon has attracted amongst the 58,000 athletes that will be representing the city amongst the 58 athletes that will be representing the city of Tshwane. 15 are ladies. Honorable councillors, kindly join me in wishing all athletes the best of luck. Honorable councillors, kindly join me in wishing all athletes the best of luck in conquering this world oldest and largest ultramarathon race. The city of excellence. May they bring back those really proud. We are really proud home to the city of excellence. In this, really proud. We are really proud. I would like to of you. Get one speaker from the opposition parties and one speaker from the opposition parties and one speaker from the coalition parties. Over to you, Councillor. From the opposition party is Councillor.
No, Chairperson, let's take this fine opportunity to congratulate Chairperson, contingent of women and men to congratulate our institution, women, the city of Tshwane and men for the great work. And this is what we want to say, our institution, a city of Tshwane in our society for the great work. And this is what we want to say before we even conclude. A sport in our society, it keeps our people healthy before we even conclude. And very active. It and keeps our people healthy, contribute and very active their lives becoming much and longer. Also may but contribute towards it gives our people an their opportunity lives becoming much longer to have. But more important is that it gives our people an opportunity and also ensuring to have that they are able a better state of mental health, and also ensuring that they are able to contribute towards harnessing, bringing people from different walks of life to have this courageous men we are proud standing before as African National Congress representing to have this courageous men and women standing before us representing this congratulations and make sure that and the residents of the city of Tshwane want to say to them much higher congratulations and make sure that you raise the flag even much higher than what you have been able to achieve thus far. May the good Lord lead you as you will be advancing the aspirations of a truly united city of Tshwane. Phambili, bantu bakithi phambili.
Thank you very much. Now I'll call upon MMC to pray. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
now
Speaker.
I'll call upon MMC
Let me take this
to pray.
opportunity to wish our officials and TMPD personnel
Let me
who will
take
be
this
taking part
opportunity to
in
wish
the
our
Comrades
officials
Marathon well.
and TMPD personnel
The city is
who will
pleased
be
to
taking
be
part in the
represented
Comrades
in the
Marathon well.
centenary Comrades Marathon
The city is pleased
taking
to
place
be
next month
represented
in Durban.
in the
And
centenary
we know we are
Comrades
going to
Marathon
represent us well
taking
and
place
bring the
in
medals
next month
back
in
into the
Durban.
home of champions.
And
As
we
we all
know
know
we are
that
going to
Tshwane
represent
is
us
known
well
as the
and bring
home
the
of
medals back
champions.
to the
We
home of
believe in you
champions, as we all
and
know
we
that
know that you're going to
Tshwane is
represent
known
us well.
as the home of
June is always
champions.
an
We
exciting
believe in
month
you
on the sports
and we know
calendar
that you're going to
as the
represent
world
us well.
gathers
June
in
is
KZN
always
to
an
participate
exciting
in
month
the
on the
Comrades
sports
Marathon.
calendar. As
Some
the
are there
world
to participate, some are there to
gathers
support
in
your
KZN
enemies.
to
We
participate
will be
in the
rooting for
Comrades
you.
Marathon.
We will be fully
Some
behind
are
you
there to participate,
because we
some are
know
there to
that
support
you
your
are definitely
enemies.
going to
We will be
represent us
rooting for
well.
you. We will be fully
As they
behind
say
you
in
because we
Latin,
know that you
mensana
are
in
definitely going to
corporisano,
represent
a
us
healthy
well.
mind in a healthy body.
As they
That-
say
that's
in
exactly what you're doing.
Latin,
And that's
mensana
the
in
message you're sending
corporisano,
even to the young
a healthy
people to
mind
say
in a healthy
sport
body.
is important.
That's
And
exactly
as
what
you
you're
know
doing.
that it
And
also
that's the message you're
enforces
sending even to the young
social
people to
cohesion.
say
People
sport is
have been
important.
continually
And
representing
as we
us
know that it
so
also
well, like
enforces
my
social
colleague has
cohesion.
said, flying
People
the
have been
flag
continually
high. Let's
representing
continue
us
putting
so
Tshwane
well,
on the
like
map. Good luck to all
my
of you.
colleague has said, flying the flag high. Let's continue putting Tshwane on the map. Good luck to all of you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before they leave, I'll ask the executive mayor
thank
and
you very
myself
much.
to,
Before
to
they
take
leave,
a peek with them.
I'll ask the executive
And,
mayor and myself.
but we had
take a
chat
peek
with the
with
executive
them.
mayor that we agreed
Whether
whether they bring a medal
we had a chat
or
with the
not.
executive mayor
there
that
will
we
be a
agreed
celebration when they
whether
come
they
back,
bring a
just
medal
to
or
welcome
not.
back.
There will be a
And,
celebration when they come back, just to
Definitely,
welcome them.
definitely, we will welcome them. Alderman Marusha.
Definitely,
No,
we
thank you
will,
very much,
we will
Speaker.
welcome them.
Just to confirm that
Alderman
from side of
Marshall.
council. No, thank you
I'm
very much.
requesting leave officially
Just to
from the chief
confirm
whip
that
that
from
side.
side of council.
Don't be surprised when you see me
I'm
in Durban.
requesting leave
I'm part
officially
of
from
the
the
chief whip that side. Don't be surprised when you see me
No,
in Durban.
noted.
I'm part of it.
Yeah, you look beautiful.
Noted.
Go out there and make us proud.
Yeah, you look beautiful.
We will be watching you.
Go out there and
Definitely,
make us
we will.
proud.
These are your uniforms that you'll be wearing.
We will be
Your,
watching you.
your vest will be like this.
Definitely.
Just open
These
it
are
so
your
that
uniforms that you'll
we
be
know
wearing.
whom we are supporting.
Your,
We don't have to find
your
ourselves
vest will be
supporting
like
other
this.
people.
Just open them so that we know whom we are supporting.
Around so that the councillors they see the right colors that you'll be wearing. Turn around.
Turn around so that the councillors they see the right colors that we'll be wearing. Turn around.
Then you can see that they are representing the city. They are not representing
Then
a
you can
certain
see that they are
organization.
representing
They are representing the city. I'll ask
They
a
are not
5 minutes
representing a
so that we
certain
can have a picture
organization.
with them
They are
before
representing the
we
city. I'll
release
ask
them.
a
Thank
5
you very
minutes so that we can have a picture with them before we release them. Thank you very much.
Speaker, Councillor Manamela is part of one of the people who will be participating also in the
Speaker,
Comrades Marathon. Like it does
Councillor
every year.
Manamela is
So
part
you
of
must
one of the
mention
people who
when
will
you
be
are done
participating
congratulating
also in the Comrades Marathon like it does every year. So you must also, when you are done, congratulate him.
Clown.
Clown.
Can we rise again and give them the round of applause, please?
Can we rise again and give them the round of applause, please?
Can we rise again and give them the round of applause, please?
Can we rise again and give them the round of applause, please?
Honorable councillors, can we continue with our meeting, please?
Honorable councillors,
Please
can
take
we
your
continue
seats.
with our meeting, please? Please take your
Councillor
seats.
Rotikwan,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor
Speaker,
Rotikwan.
we didn't want to.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
spoil
Speaker.
The mood of
Speaker,
what is happening here.
we didn't want
But
to
as the EFF
spoil
were
the mood
unhappy
of what is happening here.
that we are not being
But
given
as the
an
EFF were
opportunity
unhappy
to speak.
that we are
And
not
the
being
reason I'm
given
saying that is
an
because I was on my
opportunity
phone the time
to
this
speak.
concoction was happening.
And the reason
I
I'm
was
saying that
checking
is because I
whether
was
or
on my
not
phone the time
We were
this
afforded an
concoction was happening.
opportunity, and
I
while
was
we
checking
jumped
whether
to
or not
congratulate those
we were afforded an
great
opportunity,
people that are going to
and
be
why were
representing
we
the city.
jumped to
It's not
congratulate
good
those
that something can happen
great people that
and
are
then
going to be representing
we
the
are
city?
just excluded.
It is
Because
not
I don't
good
know where
that
this forum
something can
happened where
happen
you decided
and
to
then
allocate speakers
we are just
to the
excluded
exclusion of
because
other
I don't know
parties.
where this
It
forum
cannot be
happened
correct.
where you decided
And I
to
think going
allocate
forward,
speakers
it needs to be
to the
corrected.
exclusion
There
of
is
other
different
parties.
WhatsApp
It
groups.
cannot be
Also,
correct.
you have our cell
And I
numbers
think
if
going
there's
forward
anything
it needs to be
urgent.
corrected.
You
There
need to
is
inform
different
us
WhatsApp groups.
to say there is
Also,
this
you have
particular
our cell
issue.
numbers
Would you
if
like
there's
to
anything
speak on this
urgent.
particular
You
item?
need to inform
So that
us
we don't
to
impose
say there is this
ourselves into
particular
different
issue.
items.
Would you like
And
to
you
speak
also
on this
cannot
particular item? So
erase
that we
the
don't
EFF
impose
in
ourselves
the
into
books of
different
history.
items.
We are not going to
You
allow
also
that.
cannot
So please, next time,
erase
Speaker,
the EFF
we'll just take
in
it
the
that today
books
was
of
an
history.
oversight.
You are not going to
But
allow
next
that.
time this should
So
not happen
please, next
because
time,
it's
Speaker,
going to be
we'll just take it that
interpreted as
today
if
was
the
an
EFF
oversight. But next time this should not happen because it's going to be interpreted as if the EFF is disrupting or is spoiling whatever that is happening. So next time, please be cognizant of that. And even if it's in general, you can just say any other different political party that would like to wish certain people well. Then we are all represented, we are all happy. But what has happened here, we don't like it, and we must bring it to your attention that it should not happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. My apology on my side. I'll make sure that it doesn't happen again. Thank you. Noted. Let's finish opening our meeting. Honorable councillors, all of you to be able to follow the sequence of discussion throughout and to participate in a structured way. You should now have followed document in your position. The MMC budget speech and the report of the mayoral committee from its meeting of 23, 26, and 27 May 2023, namely item 1, tabling of the City of Tshwane 2023-2024 review of the 2022-2026 Integrated Development Plan, and item 2, 2023-2024 Medium-Term Revenue and Expenditure Framework of the City of Tshwane. Honorable councillors, please remain until the end of this meeting so that we can avoid possible problems with the quorum, because in order to approve the budget or supporting vote on a majority of members of the council, i.e. at least one of councillors assenting votes, is us continuing with our meeting. Councillors, I will now continue with our call on the executive mayor MMC to explain the call on the executive mayor and MMC to explain the discussion of the budget and open the debate on the general discussion of the budget.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And please allow me to echo the remarks very much made as Speaker, and allow me to the loved ones to echo the remarks that you made and express our condolence. I appreciate those remarks and I want Palisa Malachi. I appreciate those remarks and I would want to reflect them as well before commencing the discussion on the budget. Speaker, this is not a perfect budget, not by any stretch of the imagination. We would have liked to allocate more for repairs and maintenance, more for capital upgrades, especially of water and electricity, more to complete the projects which have not been completed as had been planned. We would have liked more time. We would have liked more detailed engagements with communities and stakeholders, and we would have liked to give more detail of how the budget would be implemented. But, Speaker, in the circumstances where for a significant period of time the city did not have an executive, and within the resources available to the city, I believe that this is the best allocation of resources that we can present to the Municipal Council. It represents a significant investment in the poorest areas of our city, but it also delivers the best value that we can at present. And again, I have to emphasize this. At present, within constrained resources, difficult circumstances, load shedding having a significant effect on the finances of a city, as well as the operating and the financing model of local government in general, it delivers the best possible value at this time for residents in return for payments of rates and tariffs and other charges. Speaker, during the course of the budget engagements, my team and I met with the leaders of various political parties to get input and to answer questions. And what came up both in these discussions, as well as the public engagements, was serious concern about the state of the city's infrastructure and the effect that poor infrastructure has on the environment and the health of people. Of course, the other big issue that came up in the engagements, and this was even before there was an outbreak of cholera and the redoubled attention on the quality of Hammanskraal water, was the upgrade of the Rooiwal wastewater.
Sorry, Executive Mayor. May I request councillors we put our cell phones on silence, please? Please, it's a request. Thank you.
Speaker, the other important issue that came up in all of these engagements, and this was prior to the cholera outbreak that has claimed 23 lives in the north of our city, was the upgrade of the Rooiwal wastewater treatment plant, because we know that is the essence of the problem of quality of water in Hammanskraal. It's the fact that that plant is out of capacity. Yes, there are operational issues, but there are also planning and capital issues that need to be resolved. If we don't do that, we won't be able to improve the quality and solve this 2-decade-long crisis. That had a significant bearing in our consideration of the budget and discussions of the mayoral committee. I have told this council before in my State of the City address about the meetings with the Minister of Water last week, and significant progress has been made in those discussions. The city manager has met with the technical team of the Department of Water and Sanitation with National Treasury, as well as DBSA. And as promised, those meetings took place, and I hope that they will bear fruit. But the significant part of what I want to share with Council is that by passing this budget with its allocation of 450 million rand over the next 3 years for the upgrade of Rooiwal, with the additional potential funding that we have, and by expressing a unity towards the outside world, that we have our house in order, that we can cooperate, not just in this council, but with different spheres of government, I believe that we can unlock significant external funding to get the work done. And so I would imagine every mayor says this, every opportunity to pass a budget, but I do believe that this is a crucial opportunity for us also to overcome whatever political differences might exist in this council. Speaker, I look forward to the debate on the speech delivered by the Finance MMC, Alderman Sutton, and I don't want to preempt anything in that debate, but I also do want to say that a lot of the success of the budget does depend not on allocations, but on implementation. And here too, I take to heart the criticism that has been leveled against us, also in talks with opposition leaders, that there are systemic blockages in the city supply chain management system. Too many irregularities, too many persistent problems that aren't solved, also in devising specifications, in planning, but then also in making decisions. There seems to be an inability to spend on our capital budget, and so we forfeit large parts of the intergovernmental transfers to the city, and that too has to change. That is an issue of implementation, not allocation. And of course, there has been, unfortunately, too great a lack of accountability in the implementation of capital projects, and we'll consider any possible way to focus attention on this and to hold contractors and officials accountable for the completion of the milestones of capital projects. And this, as an aside, is also a very important reason why the city might want to consider an external implementing agent for the upgrades at Rooiwal, so as not to repeat the mistakes of the past. That having been said, Speaker, I believe that the budget speech did cover a great deal of the issues, and I do look forward to the contributions and the debate on the budget speech. Speaker, I believe it's at this stage that I would table these reports, for the Municipal Council's considerations. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Alderman Malule.
No, thanks, Speaker. Good morning. I think there's a big oversight on our part not to celebrate this big team in Pretoria here, Swan, called Mamelodi Sundowns, the casted yellow nation of Patrice Motsepe, Dr. Motsepe. At one point, we need to invite them, Speaker, just to celebrate them properly. For 6 consecutive times, they've won that trophy. I do not support them, by the way. I support Kaizer Chiefs. You see the resilience, and I support Kaizer Chiefs, but Mamelodi Sundowns, it's a local team that is worth celebrating. Then I think we need to accord them that status. Mayor, you're supposed to have been there in Loftus when Orlando Pirates and Sekhukhune were playing. It was a big expedition for soccer and economic opportunities. I think over 50,000 people descended to Loftus. And I think it's very shameful that we are unable to maintain Lucas Moripe as a facility that was used by SuperSport. But it's one discussion that we'll have with MMC De Brain. But I think we need to celebrate them. Speaker, I'm requesting that we have a 10 minutes adjournment just to fine-tune ourselves in terms of the speakers and other issues on the budget as we debate. Thank you.
Noted, Alderman. Councillor Bishaban.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Speaker. I wish to indicate to the Mayor that I've listened carefully to what you are saying. Of course, yes, there is serious concern about the cholera outbreak in Hammanskraal. I think what he's saying to us here, it's a long-term commitment. As the Mayor, I would have expected him to be saying something about the 23 families that is acknowledging that death could have arisen as a result of the Rooiwal treatment plant. Now, what are you saying about those families now? Leaving this council, what is there for those families who have lost? Because keeping on telling us about the budget, the future meetings and all that, that is a long-term promise, it's a long-term idea that we need to implement. But currently, we've got people who are admitted who are sick. We've got people whom the Mayor is admitting that 23 of them have already passed on. What is there for those families? How are we assisting them? I would have anticipated the Mayor to say, each family that has lost, this is the compensation. Because we think that the death has arisen as a result of our failure in terms of Rooiwal treatment plant, which is admitting in this speech. That's my submission.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much. I hope the Mayor has noted that
I'm sure he will
respond on the speeches that will be given today. I'm sure he will touch on that.
After that, we can engage.
If we can allow that process to start, then after that we can engage. We'll hear on his response. I grant the 10 minutes caucus to the ANC.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, can we begin with our meeting, please? Councillors, can we take your seats, please? Please take your seats. Councillors, can we sit down so that we proceed with the meeting? Please take your seats. Councillors, councillors, please take your seats. Honorable councillors, the debate on general and specific issues regarding the Tshwane Integrated Development Plan and MATRIF is now officially open. I propose that approximately 94 minutes be allowed for the debate. Parties have been allocated time proportionally. I will call speakers according to the agreement list provided by the Chief Whip as required in terms of Section 33(3) of the Rules and Orders. For the sake of correct order and procedure, I wish to inform you that speakers will be restricted initially to the general discussion of the other specific issues regarding the IDP and the budget. No amendment or proposal to be approved of the recommendation will be entertained at this stage. So let's discuss the debate. In front of me, I've got the list of 21 councillors that will be participating on this debate. Let's start our debate by calling the ANC councillor, Councillor M. Luele, 3 minutes.
Speaker, in his opening, the MMC expressed its deepest condolences and sympathy to the families of those who passed away from cholera in Namaskran. An outbreak which could have been avoided. It has become more evident that the life of black people doesn't matter for this coalition government. Lives have been lost, lives of those with bright future ahead of them. Again, the coalition government has put an amount of 450 million rand, which will be allocated for the next 3 years to address Royal crisis, of which in the previous financial year yielded no results. An urgent intervention on Royal wastewater treatment plant is needed. This 2023-2024 budget fails in its attempts to be a people's budget. Speaker, I can confidently say that the African National Congress, being the governing in this municipality, would have done a far better job in ensuring a people-focused budget. As a matter of fact, Speaker, our track record is putting together a sound, fair, and balanced budget that has kept the city going during our tenure. After all, we're experienced. Speaker, in reality, there is no interest by this government to save its townships. We come here to rubber stamp their mediocrity and fits into the budget as well. Speaker, MMC for Finance, in the delivery of his budget speech, made reference a few times to the great economic climate within which the city and the rest of South Africa finds itself. And indeed, that is a valid point. That same point should not discount the fact that service delivery is expected from local government, even in the face of economic adversity. As an opposition and also the majority party in council, we would like to express our concerns regarding the proposed budget speech. While there are some efforts to boost the local economy, we believe that the proposed budget fails short of addressing pressing issues facing our municipality as a whole. Speaker, the MMC comes here and tells us that the role of the prepaid meters has been identified as one of our revenue enhancement initiatives. The social impact in which it has a revenue value chain. But Speaker, we are honest, there is no clear plan as to how this is done. There is no structure, and it has raised a various occasions in this country. Speaker, if logic and prevails, if the executive mayor and the rest of the governing party were so serious about service delivery, together with the people of Sweden, surely they would have made a better effort at increasing the capital budget. There is a major decline in this regard. First, I want to say that the proposed budget does not address the rising unemployment rates in this country. Speaker, roads are also a major problem in the township, everywhere in the city. That road turns into sinkholes. Though it will not harm the city or the residents of the city of Tshwane if there is an effort from the office of the executive mayor, the MMC, and the city manager to enter into intergovernmental relationship with both the national, provincial, and other SOEs of the government to address this problem of sinkholes. Less has been said, Speaker, about the migrants. There's a killer syndrome which is destroying the future of the country, known as Nyaope. This syndrome also has a negative impact on visitors of the city. The infrastructure has been vandalized and is also being destroyed. And less has been said about this, Speaker. I think if there's a will from the executive, a lot can be done. I thank you.
Of 21 councillors that should be participating on this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Luele. Let's move to Councillor Makhaleni, DA, 4 minutes.
Let's start our debate by calling the ANC councillor, Councillor M. Luele.
It seems like Speaker, there was a speaker's list that was shared with us. And similarly, there is a deviation from the speaker's list that was shared with us. And minutes are being cut into small segments. And this is not also then I don't have it here with me. And I'm supposed to be taken along so that there's no issues that might potentially rise from this particular change or deviation on the speakers list that I have before me.
It has become more
I'm not
evident
comfortable to just
that
allow
the life of
the
many
debate
people
to
does
flow
matter
as if nothing is wrong.
for this coalition
The
government.
speakers list that I have was allocating
Lives have been lost.
just checking,
Lots of
94
those with
minutes
bright
or
future
so.
ahead of them. Again, the coalition government has put in an amount of 150 million
And it's from the chief whip's
rand,
office.
which
And
is
it's given
allocated
there
in the
50
next 3
minutes,
years to
DA 12
address
minutes,
growing violent
and
crisis,
this and that. And if
of
you check
which-
last time, when there was a
of which
deviation
the
on the
previous
debate on the
financial
state of
year
the
yielded
city
no
address,
results.
a new speakers list, I had to
And
request it
urgent
during the
intervention
sitting,
on
the council
on
sitting.
growing
And if there is a
violent
deviation, at least we must be
wastewater
taken along.
treatment
So
plant
that we know we are
is
ready,
needed.
we know how many speakers are supposed to speak from the EFF.
This
And those are the issues that the WIPAD must take care
budget
of. And there is a WhatsApp group of
fails
people
in
here.
its
I don't know
attempts
what
to be
you
a
know,
people's budget.
the formula or the speaking
Speaker,
speakers
I can
list that you're following.
quickly say that
Where is it
and
being
the
shared?
African National Congress being the
And why are we
government
excluded as the
in this
EFF?
municipality would have
In
done
all these
a
processes.
far
And the first
better job
issue that arose
in
was
ensuring
also
a
to the
people's
exclusion of the
budget.
EFF. We are not
As a
second-hand
matter of fact,
councillors
Speaker,
in this particular
opportunity
council.
for this putting
And we must
together
be
a
treated
sound,
with
fair,
respect.
and balanced
We are
budget
not
that
going to
has
allow this
kept
thing
it
to continue. The way it's
going
continuing, we are not
during our
happy
tenure.
and won't be taken for granted
After
that,
all the way
that an
we
issue
were
can just
experienced,
flow without our
Speaker,
input
in
and not even
reality,
taken
there is
along.
no
We
interest
don't
in
have to
this
necessarily
government to save its townships.
agree or not.
We
But it
come
is
here
the
to
courtesy
rubber
to
stamp
inform us
their
that
mediocrity
this
and
is a new
fits
development.
into the budget
And an
as well.
EFF, just know that you are speaker number
Speaker,
3, and
MMC
we're going to
for
give you 3
finance
minutes.
in the
Then you have
delivery
a
of this
sweeper, we don't
budget,
have a
which
sweeper,
made
or whatever the
reference
case may be.
times
Thank you.
to the great economic climate within which the city and the rest
Thank
of
you.
South
Thank you very
Africa
much.
finds itself.
Thank you very much,
And
Councillor.
indeed,
Rakwena.
that is a
The
valid
list that
point.
is in front of me is
But
from the
that
office of the
same
chief
point
whip,
should
where
not
the EFF has been
discount
allocated
the
8
fact
minutes
that
to
service
speak,
delivery is
and
expected
the
from
ANC
local
has been
government,
allocated
even in the
15
face of
minutes. They've
economic
got
adversity.
four speakers here, 3
As an
minutes each.
opposition, I,
So,
and also the majority
if then
party in
the
council,
speak-
would
the
like
list
to
that you have
express our
is
concerns
different
regarding
than
the
the one that I
proposed
have. I'll
budget.
request to the office of the chief whip to
While
provide
there are
that
some
list to you.
efforts to boost
And
local
but you've got
economy,
8 minutes
we
as
believe that the
EFF,
proposed budget
and you are
fails
a
short
third
of
speaker
addressing
after Councillor
pressing
Makaleni.
issues
You've
facing
got
our
8 minutes
municipality
for
as a
EFF.
whole.
And
Speaker,
please,
the MMC comes
office of
here
the chief
and
whip
tell us
address
that
this
the rollout
so
of
that
the
we
prepaid
don't
meters
find
has been
ourselves where we are
identified
now.
as one of our revenue
Let
enhancement
me let the
initiatives
chief whip
due to
raise
the
his hand. I will
specific
give it to him.
impact in which it has a very new value chain. Yes, Speaker, we are honest. There is no clear plan as to how this is done. The rollout has no structure and it has raised a various
And they were
of
addressed,
issues
and that's why
in
with
this
the
council.
so-called debate, it was already
Speaker,
addressed.
if logic
And
has
after actually
prevailed,
what I did
if the
was
executive
we've
mayor
actually
and
added
the rest of
26
the
minutes
governing
to the
party was
speaking
to
time.
still
So,
supposed
so
to be
the
required.
allocated
To cater
speaking
for
times
the
for the various
people of
political
Sweden.
parties were then
Eventually,
adjusted, and the
they
ANC
would
got
have
15
made a
minutes, the
better
DA got
effort
12
and
minutes, the
increase the
EFF got
capital
8 minutes,
budget.
Action
There
ST
is
7,
a
Freedom
major
Plus 5,
decline in
of
this
7,
regard.
and then the rest
Furthermore,
of
we
the
believe
political
that the
parties 5
proposed
minutes
budget
each, which gave
does
us then
not
a total of
address
94 minutes.
the rising
How the political
unemployment rate
parties distribute the
this
minutes
country.
in between their speakers is something that the party decides for
Speaker,
themselves.
roads
So
are
the
also
EFF
a major
receives
problem in
8
the
minutes,
township.
they can decide whether they want to
Everywhere
have
in the
4
city,
speakers of 2 minutes each,
potholes
or
turns
2
into
speakers of 4 minutes
sinkholes.
each, or 1 speaker
Though
8
it
minutes.
will
And
not harm
independent
the
of this
city
list, they
or the
actually
rest of
indicated
the
that there
state
will
of
only be
Sweden
1 speaker
if there
for 8
is an
minutes, which is
effort
Councillor
from
Ramabulu,
the office
where
of the
we
executive
received
mayor
the leave application. So I don't know who's
and
going
the
to
city
speak in his
manager
place.
to
But that is
enter
that
into
this
a
was also
governmental
shared on the multi-party
the
working watch,
relationship with
and there
both
were no
the national,
objections
provincial,
received.
and
So we accepted everybody
other
will agree with this.
SOPs
Thank you.
government
to address this
Thank you
problem
very
of city
much,
homes.
Chief Whip.
Let's
Councillor
say,
Matukana, you've
Speaker,
got 8 minutes on this
about
debate.
the migrant.
It's up to you whether you want to divide
There's
it up
a-
8 minutes,
there's
4
a
minutes
killer
to one
syndrome
speaker,
which
4
is
minutes to another.
destroying the
But
future of
only
this
one
country,
speaker
known
that's
as
allocated
the
8 minutes. Councillor.
This syndrome is also a negative
why we are raising this
fiscal
particular
of the
objection is
city.
that the
The
multi-party
infrastructure has been
if
vandalized
anyone is part of
and
that,
it's also
can
being
check.
destroyed.
It is
And less
allocating
is being said
one speaker per
about
party.
the speaker.
That is
I
approach
think
on the
if
multi-party what we
there
do.
is will
And
from
then
the
if there
executive,
is any changes,
a lot
and
can
someone
be
says
done.
no, there is changes. Clearly, this document has been amended, which means political parties, various political parties were given the opportunity to amend this particular document. If there were concerns, they were not brought forward to us, and they were not discussed on that particular point. Now, the EFF will not be the one that, when the program is running, must say no. Before I even give my speech, no, we're going to divide it. Then we're dividing it while the House is in session. But with other political parties, the division was done somewhere. No one bothered to call us. And then this matter was also, if it was shared, there was a different platform that was shared with, but I don't have anything that has been shared with us. So that is fine. We are going to continue with it as it is. But we can't have a situation whereby things are done or changes are there, and then those
like
changes are
Speaker,
not
there was
our attention as the
speakers list
then
that
we
might
just go with the program as it is. That is our concern.
and
With
similarly
this
there
whole
is a
thing.
deviation
On behalf of the EFF, I
from
will be
the
addressing
speakers
or I will be
that
debating
was
that
shared
particular
with
item.
us.
And then
And
we
minutes
will
are
not
being
leave it as one speaker as it is, because we don't want to chop and change. But it affects the running of the
a
House.
small
That's why
segment,
that multi-party WhatsApp group, if
and
there
this
was
is
any
not
change
also
or
then
that was shared
shared
there,
with
it was
us.
to be used
I
again as a
don't have
platform
it here
to
with me.
communicate the changes so that we are clear
And
as to what exactly
I'm
is new.
supposed to be
Thank you.
taken along so
Thank you very
that
much. I believe that Chief Whip has
there's no
noted that.
issues
And
that
also,
might
I will
potentially
request or I'll
arise from this
suggest
particular
that a day before the
change
council,
or
can the
deviation
office of the
on
chief
the
whip
speaker's
go
list
through
that
the
I
list
have
again
before me.
and check if it's still
So I'm not
same
comfortable
argument
to just
that
allow
has taken place. So
the
please
debate to
assist
flow
us on that.
as if nothing
Thank you
is
very
wrong.
much. Now let's go to Councillor
The
Makhaleni.
speaker's list
4
that I
minutes.
have
DA.
is
Thank you,
allocating
Honorable Speaker. Executive Mayor, the traditional
in
leaders
94
have
minutes
left,
or so.
the residents of Tshwane and fellow councillors. Sepedi se re matla se romo o palega mang. Trying to
And it's from
explain
the
it,
chief whip's office
he says who seeks
and is given them
change
15
must be
minutes.
ready for pain.
DA
Alderman
12
Peter certainly
minutes.
appreciate the budget
And
you have
this and
tabled,
that. And if you check
honestly
last
and
time
diligently,
when there was a
outlining the
deviation on
challenges the
the
city is facing,
debate on
but
the
also
state
committing
of
to
the
the
city
changes that need to
address.
be happening.
A new speakers list, I had to
Revenue
request
collection
it during the
is a
city,
problem
the
we have
council
alluded,
city,
and we
that
believe
if
that
there is
the
a
necessary
deviation, at
changes
least we must be
which
taken
you have
along
stated
so that
shall
we know we are
also
ready, we know
henceforth.
how many speakers are
We
supposed
are
to
the
speak
capital
from the
city of
EFF.
the country,
And those are the
and we
issues that
must
the
defend
WIPARI
such.
must take care of. And there's
Possibilities,
a WhatsApp group of the
opportunities,
WIPARI here.
and also
I don't know what
other activities that happen around the city
the
need to be
formula or
taken
the
advantage of.
speakers list
There
that
are
you are
great
following.
opportunities in
Where
the local economy that
is
our
it
people
being
should
shared?
be able to be plugged in and make a living.
And why are we
During last
excluded
week,
as the
Council, two
EFF
important reports have been passed by this
in
council,
all these
which is
processes?
the
And the
Resilience
first
Development
issue that I
Plan
rose
and
on
also
was also to
the
the
Fountains
exclusion of the
Development Plan,
EFF.
which
We
will
are not
contribute
second-hand
immensely to
councillors in
gentrification
this
and the
particular
GDP of the city,
council.
as
And we
MNC has
must be
already
treated
alluded
with
with the
respect.
percentages that the
We
capital
are not
city
going to allow
contributes
this thing to
towards
continue.
the
The
GDP
way
of the
it's
country.
continuing, we are not
And
happy
soothsayers, those who
and
have
won't be taken
been
for
telling
granted
lies
that
to disparate because
agree or not, but at least have a catalyst to inform us
reticulation
that
and other
this is
projects.
a new development. And then EFF just know that you are speaker number 3, and you're going to give you 3 minutes. Then you have a sweeper or you don't have a sweeper, or whatever the case may be.
We have 30 million for roads and stormwater projects. So you must look into that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Ratukane. The list that is in front of me is from the office of the Chief Whip, where the EFF has been allocated 8 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the ANC has been allocated 15 minutes. They've got 4 speakers here, 3 minutes each. So, look at the list that you have is different than the one that I have. I'll request to the office of
believe that the
the
necessary
Chief
changes shall happen to our fellow residents.
provide
And as a coalition, we are committed to making sure that these projects are being implemented and the lives of our people
and you are a threat to
our people are being taken care of. That is the commitment that we give as a coalition. I thank you, Honorable.
So that we don't find ourselves where we are now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Makaleni. The Speaker said that is Esther Ndelayo. Councillor Ratukane from EFF, 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Grandstanding will not work. We know that the areas that you are able to count now, you are going to take that money and you will not implement those particular projects. So let us not waste each other's time and frustrate So, Speaker and fellow councillors, the recent outbreak of cholera in Hammanskraal raised a concern and it requires urgent attention from the city of Tshwane. We call on the city to prioritize allocating sufficient resources to address the outbreak and work closely with the community leaders and organizations to develop sustainable solutions to empower the residents and promote public health. We ask the city of Tshwane to provide clear time frames for action, including the plan for the immediate response of the outbreak, as well as the long-term strategies to prevent the future outbreaks. This requires the commitment of the city to invest in infrastructure development and basic services such as water, sanitation, electricity, and public health initiatives. The budget, like all the other budgets, is a continuation of the neoliberal agenda of the DA-led administration and insistence on microeconomic policies that have reproduced Tswane's crisis over and over again, leading to unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The neoliberal agenda emphasizes the distribution of resources through the markets, in which those who have money can buy and sell as they wish, and leaving the poor unable to have access to the basic needs such as electricity, water, and general services. In our considered view, this budget is anchored in neoliberalism and is not a solution for the problems that Tshwane is facing today. The budget reflects the anomalies that we pick up on a daily basis, in which the main causes and challenges of Tshwane will not be addressed due to its inconsistencies and under-allocation of resources to poor areas. Speaker, we are deeply concerned about Tswane's continued reliance on this new liberal approach when it comes to IDPs and all other things. We do see that there is concerted efforts to ensure that our townships are under-serviced, and the adjustment budget that will follow later will prove us right, just like the previous adjustment budget. It is clear that Tshwane Reatima initiative of disconnecting electricity was just a popular stunt that is misguided and will not assist. It was more popular in social media than it was supposed to be, and at the end of the day did not even achieve the results, because it was like flame that is lit with papers. It never lasted, and you want to reignite the very same thing. You must find a humane way to address these issues, especially when it comes to residences, properties where you want to switch off the electricity. You must have a humane approach whenever you deal with residents as opposed to business and government departments. We should not want to find ourselves in the situation whereby poor people's electricity connections are cut off and the water is being switched off.
And then now, if there is any changes, and someone says not,
it is clear that the people of Tshwane will not be
clearly this document has been amended.
A 6% increase on property rights and removal and refuse removal, coupled with 7.47% increase on electricity tariffs and 9% increase on water and sanitation charges. This simply shows you that the city and the residents of this city are going to have a very serious problem in finding each other halfway when it comes to the payment of services and delivery of services. We do not believe that this budget is proper. We do not believe that this budget will address the problems of this particular city.
Then we are dividing it
Speaker, we must raise that Tshwane has
but with other political parties,
informal settlements
it was
that
done
are not being
somewhere.
formalized, and
No
this
one
budget does not
bothered
prioritize
for
them.
us. And
Informal
this
settlements
matter was
is where
also,
we are
if
losing
it was
money,
shared,
because these
it
people
was a
need
different
electricity, and
platform
many
that
of
we
them
were
are
shared
also
with,
prepared
but I
to pay
don't
for
have
services.
anything
And so
that
as
is
long
being
as
shared
our
with
approach is not to
So that
formalize
is
them,
fine.
we
We
will
are
not
going to
raise enough
continue
money,
with this,
Speaker,
with
to ensure
as
that
it
this
is.
city is sustainable.
But
Speaker,
we
we
can't
have
have a
outsourcing of workers
situation
and
whereby
contracts that do not deliver,
things are
but
done
budgets,
or
money
changes
has
are
been
there,
allocated in this
and
particular
those
budget
particular
to those
changes are
particular
not followed
projects.
with our
Speaker, there was an attempt from this
estimation.
particular municipality
Then
to
we might
throw
just
money
go
at
with
every
the
program,
program.
and that has not worked in the past.
That is our
We should go
concept.
back to the basics.
With
Make sure that
this
we
whole thing.
hire people that
So,
can work for the city, people
on
that we can
behalf
hold
of the
accountable tomorrow.
EFF,
We want the
I
security
would
guards
be
to be
addressing
insourced,
or I
whether
would
it's
be
capital
debating that
budget or it's
particular
operational
item.
budget. It's going to assist us
And
to
then
at
it
least
will
hold them
remain
accountable.
with
It's
it
going to
as one
assist us
speaker
to
is
make this city the
because we
employer
don't
of
want
choice,
it
as
to
the
change.
mayor was
But it affects the running
alluding
of
to
this
earlier
house.
on
That's
last
why
week regarding
that
this
one
particular
particular
issue of
if
being
there
the
was
employer of
any
choice for this particular
change
city.
on what was
Speaker, we do
shared
believe as well that
was
once we move away from the neoliberal approach
again
in
as a
terms of the budget,
platform
we should be able to
to
go back to the
communicate
areas
the
where we do know
changes
that our
so
people
that
are
we
under
are
services.
clear
The
as
street of
to
under
what
service, the
exactly
street of Mamelodi,
this new
Speaker, as we speak,
thing.
are dirty. The grass is not being cut, but when you go to affluent areas, you do find that the turnaround times on issues where a service delivery and deconnection and disconnection of connections is much faster than it is wherever there is white residents. Areas such as Region 3 here in the east, we have a much faster approach or much faster delivery of services that are happening there, and we are not happy with the turnaround times of the townships. On the other hand, cities facing unemployment crisis, whereby the residents are unable to pay for the rates and taxes, and that is mainly due to the increases that we have already alluded to. And if you increase the services to be too high as they are now, and you are also planning to increase them, you will still have the same problem going forward. We have the issue of housing, whereby our people do not have houses, Speaker. You have people in rental homes who are still waiting for the services. That their budgets have been readjusted and has been taken back all the time because there is lack of implementation when it comes to housing projects, especially for the needy. there is crime in this particular city, and we don't go far enough to deal with issues of crime. We are having theft, robberies, and all that. There is lack of visibility of the Metro Police, and where they are visible is for collection of bribes and all that, and you do not get a sense that they are there to protect the infrastructure of the city, nor the residents of this particular city as they should. You do not have patrols in different water purification plants.
Sorry, Councillor, you've got 1 minute left.
Honestly and diligently.
Thank you very much. So you do not have you do not have the Metro Police going and doing the site visits on the infrastructure of the city, whereby there is vandalism, even the ones that we're visiting as the EFF from Monday. You have a very serious problem where there is vandalism. The infrastructure of the city is not well taken care of. The security guards that are outsourced through these companies are unable to protect the infrastructure of the city. So we need to use the internal capacity. You have areas such as the township that environmental is not an area that human beings should be living in, and you are not still getting the sense that the city is about to do this. The schools in Mamelodi, in townships such as Olivia and Ridgefield, are still not receiving adequate services. They are not there. They are not serviced by the city. There's no roads that are being built by this particular city, and as a result, we are going to find ourselves where we began. So let us go and take the services throughout the city of Tshwane, not look at different areas and prioritize them as and when. The potholes are still there, they need to be fixed. And this budget needs to make sure that it goes long enough. And also, once this money is allocated, Speaker, we need to ensure that we spend it correctly and corruption does not find, or does not rear its ugly head. Thank you very much.
The Mountains Development Plan, which will contribute immensely to job creation and the GDP of the city, as MMC has already alluded with the percentages that the capital city
Thank you, Speaker. I will let my colleague Councillor speak on behalf of Action SA for 2 minutes. I'll take 1 minute.
The doomsayers, those who have been taking lives,
Speaker, and thank you, dear guests and members of the House. Today, I stand before you as an Action SA representative, but also a member of a proud and coalition representing a powerful alliance of people committed to driving progress in the city, driven and committed to driving progress in the city, in our communities, and bringing about an era of positive change in the service delivery of this landscape. Bringing back an era of change the city has not seen for decades, I shall say. Let us be clear, this budget is not perfect, but it is the best we have now. It is the best we have to deal with the crisis at our hand. The unemployment rate in our quarter of 2023 is staggering high. This is among the highest in the world. Young, skillful Africans are unemployed, crime is skyrocketing, and poverty rates are increasing to ridiculous high levels. Homeless people have been reported to be living in the CBD of Pretoria. It's now more than ever that we need pragmatic solutions that will ensure that we can take us into the future and into success. That provide meaningful employment to more South Africans. This is why we are indeed embracing and supporting this budget with the support of the finance speech. Our MMC is taking a break, and our MMC honestly has indeed done a splendid work in championing the needs of the people of the city of Tshwane. With a steadfast commitment to effective governance and responsible citizen management, this coalition agreement embodies the core values of transparency, accountability, and service delivery. Our collective vision for the city of Tshwane is one where innovation thrives, opportunities abundance,
and where residents experience improved quality of life. Indeed, now we need this budget. We know this budget is not a deal, but takes us to one step closer where we need to be. In conclusion, as Action SA, we celebrate the budget, we support the budget, for that is perfect. The budget is a budget of the people today. This budget is a budget of the people in Mamelodi, in Eastern Areas, from the people that started the West. So, with this budget that we have, to this budget, we believe that the necessary changes shall happen to our fellow residents. And as a coalition, we are committed to making sure that these projects are being implemented and the lives of our people our people are being taken care of. That is the commitment that we give as the coalition.
All right.
I thank you, Honorable.
No, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, HNSA also knows and welcomes this budget. It was indeed a robust, extensive exercise of consultation that we had to go through. Like you know, we are part of the coalition. So all these discussions have to take place. We appreciate our coalition partners in engaging honestly so in this. This is the best that we come up with. It's not the best of the best, but it does represent the citizens of Tswana across the board. May I inform you, Speaker, that consultation with Action SA alone extended into during working hours, weekdays, and even on weekends. It is for this reason that we appreciate. Given this situation, not all priorities could be planned for, Speaker. Example being the death of the insourcing of the security guards and cleaners. We acknowledge that it's something that needs to be done, but at this point in time, Speaker, we can't.
There is a concern and it requires urgent attention from the city. We call on the city to prioritize allocating sufficient resources to address the outbreak and work closely with leaders and organizations to develop sustainable solutions to empower the residents and promote public health.
Thank you.
We urge the city of Tshwane to provide clear time frames for action, including the plan for the immediate response to the outbreak, as well as the long-term strategies to prevent the future outbreaks. This requires the commitment of the city to invest in infrastructure development and basic services such as water, sanitation, electricity, and public health initiatives. The budget, like all the other budgets, is a continuation of the neoliberal agenda of the DA-led administration and insistence on microeconomic policies that have reproduced funded crisis over and over again, leading to unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The neoliberal agenda emphasizes the distribution of resources through the markets, in which those who have money can buy and sell as they wish, and leaving the poor as a result, leaving the poor unable to have access to the basic needs such as electricity, water, and
City Manager, the acting
and
CEO,
general
and the team
services.
for the efforts to
In
deliver.
our considered view, this budget is anchored in neoliberalism and is not a solution
only when we
one is
know
facing
the true extent of our financial position,
the
will
budget
be in a
reflects that
effectively
the anomalies that we pick up on daily basis,
Speaker, please allow
in
me
which
to address the aspects that we need to
the main cost and challenges
First
of
of all, it's
Tshwane
important
will
that
not
we
be
stabilize the fiscus of the city.
addressed due
The finances,
to
the
its
liquidity fails,
inconsistencies and under
we
allocation of
welcome the
resources
announcement
for
from the mayor
areas.
for 1,000
Speaker, we are
credit
deeply
control actions per week,
concerned
but perhaps
about
that
the
should be
Tswane's
increased.
continued reliance
We
on
can
this
onboard willing debt
unilateral
who can get
approach
paid
when
a
it comes
percentage
to
of the debt
IDPs
that they collect.
and
Deal with that
all
debt
other
of 18
things.
billion.
We do
The
see
FEMA
that
project
there
should
is
be increased
concerted
with
efforts to
specific
ensure
focus on
that
government
our
institutions. Why?
townships are under service
Because they've got the
and
budget
the adjustment budget that will follow
budgets
later will
taken from
prove
us,
us right,
taxpayers.
just like the previous
Speaker, we have to
adjustment
change
budget.
the culture of non-payment.
It is clear
Have
that
we considered
Tshwane
incentivizing
Team
our leaders to
initiative
pay their accounts
of
on time
disconnecting
Number one,
electricity
thank
to
them for the
adjust the
valuable
popular
contribution.
stand
Secondly,
that is
motivating
misguided
others to follow
and
suit.
will not
We urgently need
assist.
to
It was
restructure
more
our workforce.
popular in
This
social
matter has been long
media
outstanding.
than
We need
it
a workforce
was
that is focused on our core priorities. Speaker, we take note and we
supposed to
welcome
be.
the performance
And at the
management
end of
system.
the day,
And we
did
agree
not
that our
even
workforce is a
achieve
valuable asset.
the result
But we would also like
because
to
it
point out
was
that
a
productivity
claim
in an
that is
organization
linked
such as
with
ours
papers.
is more than
It
monitoring
never
performance
lasted,
and
and
potentially
you want to
ticking off boxes.
reignite the very same
Speaker, there's a
thing.
saying that
You
culture
must find a
is
humane
strategy
way
for
to address
I want to
issues,
adapt that
especially
saying
when it
to
comes
say
to
culture
residences,
is performance management
properties
Let's
where
let employees
you
buy
want
into the
to
vision
switch off
of the
the
city and
electricity.
create the
You
environment
must have
and the
a
culture.
humane approach whenever you
Speaker,
deal
we need
with
to implement systems,
residents as
processes,
opposed
and
to
financial
business
management
and
techniques
government
to perform
departments.
work more
It is
efficiently, and by
we
doing so,
should not
decrease
want
costs
to
and
find
create
ourselves in the
I would like to mention
situation
but a few
whereby
proposals
poor
that are in line
people's
with international
electricity
best practices.
connections
Number one, automation
are cut
within the
off
system.
and
Artificial
the
intelligence,
water is
machine learning,
switched off.
real-time reports to empower officials to
Now,
make better
Speaker,
informed decisions. Zero-based budgeting techniques.
based on the
Speaker,
budget,
something that
it
really
is
concerns
clear
me
that
that you often
the people
hear
of
from
Tshwane
officials,
will not be
and
able
that is
to
the
afford
departments
the rates
work
and
in absolute
services.
silos.
We have
There's no collaboration to solve
a
problems.
6%
But over
increase
projects
on
dealt
property
with
rate
piecemeal.
and
Are different
removal and
I'm
refuse
optimistic
removal,
that this is exactly
coupled
where
with
we lose value, which can be solved by the introduction of technology.
7.47% increase on
Reliance on income,
electricity tariffs
yes, we need
and
to urgently
9%
reduce the reliance
increase
on
on water
Imagine if the capital
and
city
sanitation charges.
MMC
This
Sultan
simply
let's have
shows
the
you
Royal
that
Power
the
Station
city
pipeline.
and the
Let's allow an open
residents
tender
of the
to
city
restore
are
power
going
to
to
the
have
city.
a very serious
Consider the
problem
investor
in
confidence
finding
boost the
at the
city will gain
halfway when
from these actions.
to the
Also, we
payment
urgently
of
need
services
to roll
and
out a
delivery
policy
of
and a
the
plan to
services.
allow both commercial
We
and
do
residential
not
users
believe that
to
this
feed back
budget
into the grid.
is
MMC
proper,
when procuring
and we
the
do not
25,000
believe that
new
this
prepaid
budget
meters,
will address
let's ensure that these
problems
meters are capable of allowing electricity to be fed back.
Speaker, we must raise that Tshwane has more than 270 informal settlements that are not being formalized, and this budget does not formalize them. Informal settlements is where we are losing money because these people need electricity and many of them are also prepared to pay for the services. And for as long as our approach is not to formalize them, we will not raise enough money to ensure that the city is sustainable. We have outsourcing of workers and contractors do not deliver, but budgets monies have been allocated in this particular budget to those particular projects. Speaker, there is an attempt from this particular municipality to throw money at every problem, and that has not worked in the past. We should go services. Make sure that we hire people that can work the city, people that we can hold accountable tomorrow. Want the security guards to be in-sourced, whether it's capital budget or it's operational budget, going to assist us to at least hold them accountable. It's going to assist us to make this city the employer of choice, as the mayor was alluding to earlier on last week regarding this particular issue of being the employer of choice for this particular city. Speaker, we do believe as well that once we move away from the neoliberal approach in terms of the budget, we should be able to go back to the areas where we do know that our people are under services. The streets of under service there, the streets of Mamelodi, Speaker, as we speak, are dirty. The grass is not being cut, but when you go to affluent areas, you do find that the turnaround times on issues whether it's service delivery and the connection and disconnection of electricity, it is much faster than it is wherever there is white residents. Areas such as Region 3 here, the east, we have much faster approach or much faster delivery of services that are happening there, and we are not happy with the turnaround time of the townships on the other hand. Cities facing unemployment crisis, whereby the residents are unable to pay for the rent and taxes, and that is mainly due to the increases that we've already alluded to. And if you increase the services to be too high as they are now, and you are also planning to increase them, you will still have the same problem going forward. We have the issue of housing whereby our people do not have houses. You have people in Oliver Road that are still waiting for the services, and that budgets have been readjusted and have been taken back all the time because there is lack of implementation when it comes to housing projects, especially for the needs. There is crime in this particular city, and we don't go far enough to deal with issues of crime. We are having theft, robberies, and all that. There is lack of visibility of the Metro Police, and where they are visible is for collection of bribes and all that, and you do not get a sense that they are there to protect the infrastructure of the city, nor the residents of this particular city as they should. You do not have patrols in different water purification plants by
I repeat and emphasize that we addressed this issue as soon as yesterday. The segregation,
Thank you very much. So you do not have
in our townships.
Sorry, Council. Councillors are
you do not have the Metro Police going and doing the site visits on the infrastructure of the city, whereby there is vandalism, the water treatment plants, even the one that we're visiting as the EFF from Monday, you have a very serious problem where urbanism,
Can we allow
the infrastructure of the city is not well taken care of. The security guards that are outsourced through these companies are unable to protect the infrastructure of the city. So we need to use the internal capacity. You have areas such as the township that environmental is not an area that human beings should be living in, and you are not getting the sense that the city is about to do this. The schools in Mamelodi, in townships such as Oldfield, Woodwatch, at Ridgeville, are still not receiving adequate services. They are not there. They are not serviced by the city. There is there's no roads that are being built by this particular city, and as a result, we are going to find ourselves where we be there. So let us go and take the services throughout the city of Tshwane, not look at different areas and prioritize them as when the potholes are still there, they need to be fixed. And this budget needs to make sure that it goes long enough. And also, once this money is allocated, Speaker, we need to ensure that we spend it correctly and corruption does not find or outright its agreement. Thank you very much.
The budget for service delivery is only 5% of the total budget, while the police-related costs consist of 27% of the total budget, and yet our mandate as the city is to provide service delivery to the peoples of Tshwane.
Thank you.
Speaker,
Thank you very much.
this is a clear indication that the city is failing its mandate. The AIC believes that our people deserve better than they provided by the budget. Therefore, we hope that there will be drastic changes and adjustments to our next budget. The AIC wants to see an increase in the amount that is to be spent on service delivery.
Councillor Bosch speak on behalf of Action SA for 2 minutes. I'll take 1 minute.
Thank you very much. That was AIC Councillor Manyika. The next speaker is Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, dear guests and members of the House. Today, I stand before you as an Action SA representative, but also I am a member of a proud and coalition representing a powerful alliance of people committed to driving progress in the city. It's driven and committed to driving progress in the city, in our communities, and bringing about an era of positive change in the service delivery of the landscape. Bringing back an era of change the city has not seen for decades, I shall say. Let us be clear, this budget is not perfect, but it is the best we have now. It is the best we have to deal with the crisis at our hands. The unemployment rate in our quarter of 2023 is staggering high, sitting at an estimate around 32%. This is among the highest in the world. Young, skillful South Africans are unemployed, crime is skyrocketing, and poverty rates are increasing to ridiculous high levels. More than 4,000 homeless people have been reported to be living within the CBD of Pretoria alone. It's now more than ever that we need pragmatic solutions that will reassure our economy and take us into the future and into success. As Action SA, our mandate is to build a prosperous, growing and sustainable economy that provides meaningful employment to more South Africans. This is why we are indeed embracing and supporting this budget presented by Mayor Steenbrink. For the Mayor, as he had highlighted in his maiden speech, with the support of the finance speech, our MMC is taking the brain, and our MMC honesty have indeed done a splendid work in championing the needs of the people of the city of Tshwane. With a steadfast commitment to effective governance and responsible fiscal management, this coalition agreement embodies the core values of transparency, accountability, and service delivery. Our collective vision for the city of Tshwane is one where innovation thrives, opportunities abundant, and where residents experience improved quality of life. Indeed, now we need this budget. We know this budget is not a deal, but it takes us to one step closer to where we need to be. In conclusion, as Action SA, we celebrate this budget, we support this budget, for it's not a mistake, but this budget is the budget of the people today. This budget is a budget of the people in Mamelodi, in Eersterus, from the top to the south and the east of the west. So, I thank you for your commitment to this budget, members of the House. I thank the opposition for their dedication to work with the coalition government, and I hand over my last minutes to our Councillor Koseman. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Councillor T. Mukhali, ANC. 3 minutes starts now.
You are left less than a minute. Finish up.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, it is quite ironic that we are sitting here debating a budget for the city of Tshwane, for the people of Tshwane, who in fact had a very limited space to participate in the processes of the IDP and the budget thereof. When as the ANC, we raise certain issues pertaining to the way that the DA treats people in the townships. There's always a myopic notion that we're delving into the politics of race. The manner in which there was limited participation in this process by mostly township communities reflect a rather negative posture by this administration towards the townships who are inherently black. The Speaker was saying this because there was a forced process of virtual meetings, which we all know that people in the township do not. Firstly, the very same DA administration has cut off what the ANC had introduced in the form of free Wi-Fi. The people in the township do not have access to the internet. Therefore, for them, they do not have data. They were unable to access the process of consultation because they could not connect virtually. Instead, the only people that were able to connect and participated fully those that we deem as their constituency because they are well off, they live and stay in affluent areas like your Pretoria East. Perhaps, Speaker, there is a need to induct this administration on the IDP process. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Chapter 7, requires that all municipalities must encourage members of the public to participate in the matters of their local government. Public participation is a process by which public consent, the needs, and values are integrated into governmental and corporate decision making. The Integrated Development Plan is an example of local
councillors
which
have
seek
got the
public
time
participation in
here in
order
front of
to address community needs through civic governance.
Matebula,
Therefore, it is important that the residents of Tshwane get to participate in this process. We must also indicate, Speaker, that there are MLCs of the DA who have refused to go to the townships for purposes of public participation. We don't know why they do not want to go to areas where they are supposed to service, but they correctly. They refused to go into these townships and do the work that they get paid for. It states clearly that the DA
request this? Can you please I will ask for your assistance in terms of time.
As for the broader population,
Please don't assist when I didn't ask.
with the
Thank you.
funny
Councillor, you've got 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
as though that would resolve the many problems of the water in Hammanskraal. There is also the issue of the
grant me some time. Let me just wrap it up. But however happy that deliberations have commenced on how we're going to resolve issues that are not part of this budget, maybe just not to waste time.
The time is up.
Yeah, I'm about to conclude.
Can I,
There is also the issue of the incorrect billing of the residents of Tshwane, which continues to be one of the reasons why some residents. The issue has gone on for too long.
I'm not sure whether you are aware
was to come up with
that
some
you are supposed to have 2 speakers.
whereas the issue of
You are allocated 3 minutes.
dealt with and
And
continues
both
to haunt the
speakers
residents of Tshwane.
have
Thank you.
already spoken. This first 3.5 minutes was for you, Councillor Koshi. The next 3.5 minutes was for Councillor Koshi. And both of you have spoken.
Thank you very much.
So we cannot call another one. So you are done as action as
Good. 5 minutes starts now.
Okay. No. Let's move on. Your time that you have allocated 3.5 minutes is gone. I will allocate the other one. It's fine. But it's gone the first one. Thank you. Let's go on. Alderman Erasmus F+, 7 minutes starts now.
However, we all know that this is not enough, considering the magnitude of the problem in the city, but also it's been appreciated that there will be some interventions
City manager, the acting CFO, and the team
the National
for
Treasury
the
to assist
efforts
with this,
to deliver
with the problem.
the product that we have here.
If we have to compare the last
Alderman
budget
MMC Sutton, we appreciate your honest account of where the matter finds itself financially, because only when we know the true extent of our financial position will we be in a position to effectively and realistically deal with the issues at hand. Speaker, please allow me to address a few aspects that we need to take into account. First of all, it's imperative that we stabilize the fiscus of the city. If the finances, the liquidity fails, so will service delivery. We welcome the announcement from the mayor for 1,000 credit control actions per week, but perhaps there should be increased 2,000. We can onboard willing debt collectors
ensure that there's a
incentivizing our debtors who pay
and
the
when you
accounts
look at
on
the difficult
time
budget,
and
not
in
only
full.
allocated
Number one,
on that,
to thank them for the valuable contribution.
it should be the crux of this.
And secondly,
Unfortunately, it's the other way around.
motivating
It's not even
others
sufficient to cover
to
the
follow
price
suit.
of the municipality. Honourable
We
Speaker,
urgently need to restructure our workforce.
that there has been
This
some time
matter has been long
under this
outstanding.
difficult
We need a workforce that is focused
and
on
it's
our
common
core
knowledge that this
priorities.
city has a lot of challenges.
Speaker,
As
we
the
take
others
note
know that,
and we
there's a
welcome
problem
the
of low
performance
collection
management
in terms
system.
of revenue. We've
And
got
we agree that our workforce is a valuable asset.
load shedding that is
But we would also like to point out that productivity in organizations such as ours is more than monitoring performance and potentially ticking off boxes. Speaker, there's a saying, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I want to adapt that saying to say culture is performance management for breakfast. Let's have employees who buy into the vision of the city and create the environment and the culture for them.
The issue of the prepaid is
Speaker, we need to implement systems, processes, and financial management techniques to perform work more efficiently, and by doing so, decrease costs and create value. I would like to mention about a few proposals that are in line with international best practices.
But however, once we
Number one, automation within the system, artificial intelligence, machine learning, real-time reports to empower officials to make better informed decisions. Zero-based budgeting techniques. Speaker, something that really concerns me that we often hear from officials, and that is departments working absolute silos. There is no collaboration to solve problems, but rather projects are dealt with in piecemeal by different departments. And I'm of the firm belief that this is exactly where we lose value, which can be solved by the introduction of technology.
There is a concerned citizen that has sent me
The reliance on ESCOM,
says as and when
yes, we need to urgently reduce the reliance
two
on ESCOM.
simultaneous voices.
Imagine if the
then
capital
it's
city
audio unclear
can
on
lead the
situation.
way. NMC Sutton, let's have the Royal
Please
Power Station
ask
for
the relevant people
Let's
to
allow
ensure
an
that the
open
streaming
tender
services
to restore
clear.
power to the city.
I don't know if you are cutting the
Consider
budget.
the
But
investor
if there is a
confidence
case,
boost
it's not the right
the city will gain
fair to trim.
from
So
this
please
action.
take care of that, Speaker. Thank you.
Also, we urgently need to roll out the policy and a plan to allow both commercial and residential users
Thank you very much,
to
Councillor
feed back
Mabutsa.
into the grid.
Let's now
MMC, when procuring the 25,000 new prepaid meters,
Matek.
let's ensure that these meters are capable of allowing electricity to be fed back. Water and electricity losses, the city of Tshwane loses more than 25% of people electricity purchases, electricity losses from illegal connections and poor meters. And we welcome the expenditure towards this connection of illegal connections and poor meters. Correcting the aforementioned will immediately have a positive cash flow effect on the city.
Speaker of
The same
Council,
goes for water
the
losses.
Executive Mayor and MMCs,
We therefore recommend that we appoint a task team to address the issue of electricity and water
officials
losses
of the city,
on
our
a
esteemed
daily
residents,
basis.
ke le dumedisa ka moka.
The rental
But what lies
People like
often
us,
offers
the
us
Iraqi
is not a bag of
Council
roses,
on a white
which is
board
why we must
to deal
face
with
life
this
for what
long-term
it is
problem.
and adapt. The more
Taking no
resilient we
resigns,
become, the quicker we bounce back.
urgently
The
consider
road to resilience
the
is possible
viability of
with its
introducing
pressure of
more
difficulties,
special
but
economic
once we
plans
travel it
to welcome
successfully,
back
we
the
achieve a
business
lot,
to the city.
and MMCSA
First,
can
if we want
possibly
to take
relate
this
to
step,
that.
this one step further,
This story
what
finds
proposed
greater expression for us in
that
the
we
Democratic
open
Alliance
a
and
one-stop
our
shop
coalition
for
partners.
businesses
It is in this tough
that
time
offers
today
both
that requires
physical,
us as elected
virtually,
representatives
online,
to take
with
bold
business can
decisions
be
towards
assisted
improving the livelihoods of
without
our
any
communities.
regret.
This budget,
Speaker,
Honorable
there is
Speaker, recognizes
right
that
at the
it can
end
never
of
be
the tunnel.
business as usual.
For
And
this
indeed,
budget to
we do
work,
not expect nothing
the
less.
political and the
Honorable Speaker,
administrative
our
leadership
biggest budget allocation
will
in
have
the
to
history of Tshwane
align
possible towards the
to
refurbishment of
execute the
rivers
budget
is testament to this
to
ideal.
perfection.
Moreover, this
We
budget
also
seeks
like
to
to
address
move on to Section
our most
79
vulnerable
committees
communities
to
of community flood
actively
victims who will
oversee
be
this
relocated
budget
finally.
process.
The investment of
Honourable
344
Speaker,
million rand
Voorzitter
into Situate
van die
Electricity
Raad,
Program is a
die
glimmer of
vierde
hope
scout
to
is
many of our
verdund door die
residents.
coalitie
But more than
en ek
anything,
wil dit
this
graag op
effort
rekord stel
speaks to our
dat
collective
die
action of
4+
resilience.
scout sal
Speaker,
deel
it is this
wees van die
resilience that has
oplossing
brought people from
om
all
hierdie
walks of
stad
life and
tot 'n
spheres of government
volhoubare
to
wyse
find
te
lasting
bestuur.
solutions to help
Speaker,
communities. It is in this resilience
this
that we
budget is not
reflect the
perfect,
residents of
but
Refuge who
it's
will
a
finally
step
see
in
the
the right
completion
direction.
of the electrical
And we will work hard
at their sewer
to have
power
an
stations
even
and receive running
better
water for
budget
the first time
next year.
by Kuzamanze
Therefore, Speaker, our caucus is
It is in
inclusive.
Hofburg Valley where we will
I thank
invest 30 million for stormwater drainage and the interchange, which will see the completion of the work of the parsley over. Well, Speaker, like I say, we defy the odds. And it is for the first time that we'll be connecting residents to the city to exploit the opportunities. The city is looking to complete the Line 2B and Line 2C from the Medley Headlands to Mamelodi over a period of 18 months for each of the lines. And Speaker, we know the benefits of connecting people from their places of origin to destination, not in between only. That is an opportunity we will never miss, and we will make sure of that. It is in Kangala, Honorable Speaker, that will be investing 65 million for upgrading ground tar in Ward 103, 104, and 105, and upgrade infrastructure at Kangala Waste Catchment Works, and also construction of 4.8 kilometers of roads. And Honorable Speaker, if you take note, all these areas except for the that I'm mentioning are in the east of Victoria. So councillors, this side of the chamber, when you talk about the east, please remember to specify this area specified. They are in the east of Victoria.
To you as you run and represent
Honorable councillors, it is not open. The east is a Honorable councillors,
allow me to offer my
because I'm telling the truth. Honorable councillors, it is not open secret that government and the state of Tshwane is not accepting.
30 seconds.
Once again,
Matter out of store. The operating budget is
does
dependent on our ability to collect and service our for service rendered. Honorable Speaker, the one thing that I also want to reflect is the fact that we are investing heavily in making sure that our road condition improve. It is for that reason that we are collaborating with our Gauteng Province Roads and Transport to make sure that we fix potholes. And Councillor Luwele, it is for that reason that myself and MEC worked very hard on this. And she even said that in her budget speech, we will continue to service our people and we'll make sure that we work for all these people. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
population review.
Thank you.
The justice system.
Thank you very much,
and
councillors. The next speaker is Councillor N. Mushumi, ANC, 3 minutes. starts now.
South Africa has become heavily for criminals, especially
My colleagues
the
have
drug
said
trafficking syndicates who
they
are
are
given
interested in
very
this
warm
meeting, and I
welcome
wish to reiterate the
by
statement
our
of my
country
colleagues.
in the name of human
On the
rights.
Councillor, can you allow the councillor to
However,
speak?
Speaker, once again,
Thank you,
with the
Speaker.
ACDP
On the issue of
sympathize with the
residents are
Hamas
said to have to dig even deeper into their pockets
on the
when
water
they've already
problem.
had the
Appreciate
bare
the
minimum to survive.
$452 million budget
The city is
allocation
proposing a tariff increase
for
across
the
all core
waiver
services.
refurbishment,
Property
not
rates at 5%,
enough
electricity at 15.1%, water and sanitation at 9.2%, and refuse removal at 6%. This will be an average increase of 8.9%. This increase is going to cripple the residents of Tshwane who have to pay their municipal accounts under the current economic climate. If the polygamous marriage administration really had concrete revenue enhancement strategies in place, then it would have saved the residents even more money on services. In real terms, I can tell you now, Speaker, the residents of Tshwane are paying the ultimate price. Speaker, have you seen the status of the debtors book in the city? The total gross debt as of 31st December 2022 stands at 20.4 billion, an increase of 582 million when compared to the previous quarter. This translates to a 2.9% quarter-on-quarter increase on gross debt. Residential and business customers make up the largest portion of the debt and account for approximately 57% and 22% of outstanding debt respectively. Government debt stands at 2% of the total debt. Inactive debt is just above 7%, and the remaining debt is owned by other business partners. Minor variances are observed across debt contributions. Speaker, the overall revenue collections and management is poor in the city. The city does not optimize its revenue collection. The status of debtors in the city needs to improve in the city if the city intends to come out of its financial crisis. Speaker, the truth is that the so-called financial recovery plan is characterized by slow progress. The city's effective implementations of the plan will assist in stabilizing the financial position of the city, thus enabling the city to discharge its mandate. Speaker, are you aware that the city has no complete municipal standard chart of account system in place? Speaker, in the MMC in this speech indicated that the water tanker service to informal settlement are projected at 262 million. Yet the investment into Rooiwal is to the amount of 450 million will be allocated over the next 3 years, split into 150 million annual collections. Will there be any consequence management in place with regards to money not well spent? Here we see there's a lot of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and this is only the tip of the iceberg. The Auditor General report shows that the appalling state of governance in the city. This administration does not know the meaning of good governance.
Please, Councillor, wrap it up.
The MMC said the contracted services are projected at 3.7 billion and the 20% lower than the previous year. Speaker, the budget which has nothing to write home. Our townships remain neglected under the guise of financial strain. Lastly, Speaker, our councillors, let us also show active citizenry and do the responsible thing and pay our municipal accounts in support of ensuring the financial health state of the great city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That is Councillor Muchumi from ANC. Councillor A. George. Action SA, 3.5 minutes starts now.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Due to the previous misalignment and misjudgment, I will give my time to Councillor Kosimang next to me so that the coalition can re-hear the truth. Thank you. No, thanks. If you allow, Speaker. Yeah, no, thanks. Speaker, in a nutshell, we do support the budget as it was presented as Action SA. Like my colleague already mentioned, it was indeed a robust exercise with extensive consultation. We had our inputs as Action SA and, of course, into the coalition government. We're trying to balance with next to nothing. It is not a very pleasant budget that we would have liked as the coalition government, but we all reached a certain compromise and arrived at this outcome, and we are pleased with the outcome that we are seeing as the coalition government. May I inform you that there were times where consultations were running into the weekends and after hours and countless number of minutes, and we got to where we are right now, and we are happy as Action SA where we are. So given this situation, not all priorities, Speaker, could be planned for in this financial year. I mean, there are issues that we know they are of priority to us, particularly as Action SA, and I can give example, that of the insourcing of security guards and cleaners. It is not really factored in here, but it is not because we don't want to, but it is simply because we are limited in terms of somebody's making noise. I can't even hear myself. But it is simply because we are limited.
Councillors, please allow him to speak. Thank you. Continue.
No, thanks, Speaker. Yeah, I was saying it is simply because we are limited in terms of what is available right now. We haven't recovered from the past, the effects of what has happened globally through the pandemic. We're still grappling, equally so as a municipality. As well, our residents haven't recovered from the ripple effects of the pandemic that hit the whole world. And we are depending mainly on such connections. Hence, we are not there yet. But it is something that we take it very seriously. So, we are, however, happy that the deliberations, Speaker, have commenced on how we are going to resolve these matters that were not included in the budget. And I can tell you now, those have commenced, and we're anticipating them to start seeing the light of a day within the next 12 months, perhaps. So on a positive note, we are delighted as Action SA that the amount, like everybody else mentioned, of 450 million is being allocated in the next 3 years to resolve the Hammanskraal drinking water issues. And we are not only happy that it has been budgeted for, we also make a commitment as a coalition government that we are going to look into it, that starting from the next 12 months, Hammanskraal will be having a better water after the completion of at least phase 1 of the Rooiwal water treatment plant. We are not talking 5-year, 10-year, everything else. It's starting immediately now from the 1st of June, from the 1st of July, and in the next 12 months, at least 150 million would have been spent on making sure that that problem of Hammanskraal water disappears. And we as Action SA and of course other coalition partners will monitor it to the latter to ensure that that actually happens. And of course, Speaker, you would recall that
there is a point of information. Councillor Mkhwanazi.
Speech.
Don't respond. Don't respond, please. Councillor, don't assist me as well. Councillor Mkhwanazi.
Yes, I want to assist the Speaker on a point of information. The time utilized has exceeded the height of the Speaker.
Continue. Councillors, Continue, Councillor. Finish up, please. Continue. Councillors, please. Councillors, please. Councillors, allow Councillor Khosi to finish. Allow Councillor Khosi to finish his speech. Over to you, Councillor Khosi. Finish up, please.
Didn't get what she said.
Just continue. Don't bother. Just continue. I'm addressing them. Just continue. You've got 1 minute left. You've got 1 minute, Councillor. Finish it.
It's fine. Speaker, so this issue of Hammarsdale drinking water for us is a critical issue. Let's remind you that our President, Herman Mashaba, is also a resident of that area there. So,
Councillors, he's got a right to mention his president. So please allow the councillor, allow him, councillors, can we? You are not taking his time. If I'm giving you another minute, what are you going to say? Okay, thank you very much. Can we settle down? Can we settle down, please? Councillor Khosi, finish up, please. Thank you.
Speaker, don't rush me because the howlers are howling, please.
And secondly, I don't want your opinion on their howling. Just finish with your speech. Just finish with your speech, please. Councillors, please. Can we come down? Okay, finish up, Councillor Khosi. Councillors, please. Okay, thank you. Just be quiet, please. Councillor Khosi. Thank you. Continue. And can you wrap up? Please don't entertain. Just wrap up.
Let me wrap up, Speaker. So this issue is of utmost importance to us. Hence, we are going to look into it critically, so into the financial year, that these promises we are making to the people of Hammarsdale are actually being implemented. So overall, let me just say, we are grateful for the outcome of this budget that has been prepared, and therefore we support as a KMSA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can I say this, councillors? Can I say this? If you are being provoked jokingly, please don't entertain it. So that we continue. You are noticing that, Councillor Khosi, when you speak, there is that such provocation. Don't engage. I'm here to protect you. They're saying it's not me. Councillor.
Thanks, Speaker. I beg your indulgence, Speaker, in response to Councillor Mohale's statement that you may perhaps lengthen Councillor Khosi's period of speaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, councillors, let's do this. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to take two speakers, councillors. I'm going to take two speakers, then we adjourn for lunch. I'm going to take two speakers. Makhaleni, I'm on the list of the speakers. You can't speak while I'm speaking. Don't offer at all. I'm going to take two speakers. Then at 1 o'clock, we'll break for lunch. Then we come back, we finish up the speeches. Then the executive mayor will respond. Councillor Makhaleni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. When I count from here, we have about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. So what I want to propose is that we go with the rest of the people we vote for the budget, then we go for break. We can attend to the other reports of the continuation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're not the speaker.
Thank you very much for your input, Councillor Makhaleni. I'm going to take 2 speakers and we adjourn for lunch. People are hungry. Thank you. Councillor MMC Zwane, IFP, you've got.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngikubingelele somlomo, ngibingelele umhlonishwa umeya. Ngibingelele amalunga endlu yonke. Mr. Speaker, I thank the MMC of Finance for a budget speech, which I must state that it is aligned to the state of the city addressed by our executive mayor. Thank you for the 17.5 million allocation to address the shortfall on those 90,000 households who have no waste containers and the ones who are still using the old 85-liter bin. We are convinced that once they get the new 240-liter bins, the situation will move from the worst to the better. And we must ensure that those who are able to pay and they can afford to pay, they must pay. Yes, I agree some areas of our city are dirty, and further agree that the integrated waste management plan will maximally assist. The EM said in his soccer, a clean Tswane can be achieved through partnerships. Partnership with our communities, NGOs, businesses, schools, churches, and families. We must spread this culture of working together in cleaning our environment throughout the city, and we will make sure that we inculcate this culture of cleanliness. We'll rather allocate more funds to education and awareness than to clearing illegal dumping and dumping waste at landfill sites. Because the response is very leaky on separation at source and other recycling initiatives. We acknowledge the allocation with regards to hostels, but the budget allocated to the development and refurbishment of hostels should now yield results. Can be correct that for years, the only allocation is spent only on planning and stuff. Now we want to see I would like to invite councillors at their convenience to join the recovery campaign that is aimed to address the great concern of scale around the city.
Instead, the only people that were able to connect and participated, those that
councillors,
because they are well off, they live and stay in affluent areas.
Councillor Mchongo, thank you very much. Councillor Matebula, point of information.
Perhaps, Speaker, there is a need to induct this administration on the IDP processes.
Councillors, Councillor Ratuka, Councillor Matebula.
Requires that all municipalities
thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as the EFF councillors here in Tswane, we have started a cleaning campaign upon ourselves without the assistance of the equipment or the yellow plant from the city of Tswane. We are running a campaign called Andris Tatane's cleaning campaign. The MMC can come and join us and assist us cleaning the city. We started this whole program, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, order, councillors, order, councillors. Alderman Maluleka.
No, on a point of information, Speaker. I just want to understand whether EFF comes with the deal-led coalition. Is there any more arrangement that we are not told about? If there's any, we just want clarity. We will share the gift of their marriage.
Thank you very much. MMC? Okay, councillors, can we settle down now? Please, can we allow the MMC, please? Can we allow, please? Please. Thank you. MMC.
Angicacishe lokhu ukuthi angiyazi abakhuluma ngayo ngoba ngikhuluma ngayo mina department. So, Speaker, can you please allow the MMC to finish? Thank you. And I would like to invite councillors at their convenience to join in a campaign that is aimed.
Councillors, I don't have a problem to add 10 minutes on the MMC. I don't have a problem. If you can't be, no. If you can't be quiet, I don't have a problem to do that. All right, Councillor. All right, Councillor Matebo. It's fine.
3-5 meters.
Councillors. Councillor Atipan. Councillor Tsila.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to remind the MMC that there's nothing special with that program. It is the mandate of the city to clean up. They mustn't make this program, they mustn't act like this is a special thing. No, it's not.
Thank you. Allow the MMC to finish. He's doing, councillors. I know, I heard you. Councillors, allow the MMC to do his speech like everyone else that has done the speech. It can't be that. Iman, councillors. Iman. Councillor, point of information, Councillor Bright.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. MMCs, I just want to caution you, in fact, because we have been speaking to communities around the city of Tshwane. And in fact, we are starting to dispute the 240 litre bill because of the amount of 356 from families that are not even working. It's a lot. Families are unemployed and therefore the stance to say they want to appreciate 80 litre bill. 85. So we will come and engage with you, my Honourable MMC, so that we try to find each other on this.
Thank you very much, councillors. Councillor Notulumi, you are the last one.
No, thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. We just want to know during the
from you. Okay. Let's settle down. Councillor Notunono, let's allow him to speak. Councillor Notunono.
Yes, during the period when we were doing oversights, we've noticed that we've been doing cleanup campaigns. There's places that are perpetually dirty because people do not have skip bins in their houses. Why can't they provide skip bins on hotspots?
Thank you, Councillor. Let's continue, and the mayor will engage in his response. I believe that, and in some of the issues that you are raising. Now I'm giving Councillor Zwane, MMC Zwane, to finish up. Then we adjourn for lunch. Thank you.
Residents of Tshwane and all protocols there. The MMC finance.
Thank you, Speaker. This campaign is aimed to address the great concern of fields around the city. For them to partake in this, we'll also encourage the residents to take part, and we are all going to achieve the common goal of having a clean surrounding. So, njenga-FP, ngiyalweseka lolu hlahlomali ngibonga ithuba somlilo.
And does the one Kajabutelezi to come down?
Thank you very much, councillors. This meeting is adjourned for lunch, and we will come back at 2 o'clock. We'll come back at 2. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Including the National Treasury to assist with this, with the program. If we have to compare the last year's budget with this year's figure, there's only 2 billion increase in the allocation, considering that Swahili has a population of 3.6 million people and having an unemployment rate of 30.6% at 500 people. This is just challenge the speaker. The city cannot continue to have a budget of only 4.69 billion rand and only 2.35 billion was allocated to capex project, whereas the whole 4.4853 billion has been allocated to OPEX. This is a clear indication that this municipality will take many years to provide a basic service to residents of Swahili. Drastic measures have to be put in place to address this skill allocation moving forward. We need to work together and declare a state of emergency on service delivery and have a common approach, whether we are in the DA coalition or in the opposition benches. We have to start correcting this dire situation for the betterment of the residents of our Swahili. When it comes to the operating budget, it's already known that it's been allocated 4.458 billion. The spending of this budget is such that 28.35% is spent on employee-related costs. Our purchase is 32.2%, and then the interest is 8.32% on contracted services. And there is a debt of impact debt of 6.99% speaker. This is very concerning, and the speaker and the executive man, there has to be a paradigm shift in the near future to ensure that there is a financial sustainability in this city. And when you look at the capital budget, it was only allocated 2.35 billion, and this is the crux of the issue, the crux of this budget. Unfortunately, it's the other way around. It's not even sufficient to cover the strategic priorities of the municipality. Honorable Speaker, however, good acknowledges that there has been some strife under this difficult circumstances to put this budget together. And it's common knowledge that this city has a lot of challenges. Amongst the others, we know that there's a problem of low collection in terms of revenue. We've got legal connection and this haunting load shedding that is currently happening in our country. It's also encouraging that the budget was spread across all 7 regions, though it's not enough. The budget has to try to accommodate some township crucial projects such as Mamelodi flood victim, the recent devastation such as the switching of the assets to stabilize the finances of the city. The issue of the prepaid meters is also a good move in the right direction as it will assist in enhancing revenue moving forward.
30 seconds.
Okay, sure. Speaker, okay, okay. The other issue that, we also acknowledge as good that it is an increase in terms of the electricity, water, and but however, one thing that reiterated that it has to be a plan that has to be put in place to reduce the current employee education bill, to avert the issue of the audit funding, as well as putting some measures in terms of supply chain management. So, and the issue of to stimulate economic growth. In closing this speaker, which is still optimistic that not all is lost, and trust that there will be a better allocation in the next financial year. And we're going to hold the MSC for Finance accountable on this budget. And I just want to quickly quote him.
Your time is up. Thank you, Councillor.
That it will be the last year that
your time is up, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Retiban.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. You have been very harsh to the good councillor. Speaker, there is an issue, there is a concerned citizen that has sent me a message. It says, as and when the various speakers are speaking, there is two simultaneous voices, then it makes the audio unclear on YouTube. They are requesting me to put it to you to please ask the relevant people to ensure that the streaming services are clear. I don't know if you are cutting the budget and all that, but if there is a case, it's not the right fair to trim. So please take care of that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, it will be taken care of. Thank you very much, Councillor Mbuta. Let's now move to MMC RK Matek. You've got 4 minutes. That's now.
Speaker of Council, the Executive Mayor, and MMCs.
Word of information.
Councillors, please be seated. Tema.
Yeah, what was your pointer? Did you remember?
Yes, yes. My point
Councillors, can you settle down, please? Can we settle down? Please take your seats. Please settle down so that we continue. Let's continue with our meeting. When we break for lunch, we're only left with 6 speakers before the executive mayor responds. Can we settle down, councillors? Can we settle down, please? Thank you so much. The next speaker. The next speaker is from the ANC, Councillor K. Malifane. 3 minutes starts now.
No, thanks, Speaker. Councillor Malifane is not here. We'll try to represent his thoughts and aspirations with regard to what is believed to be the budget, Speaker. Speaker, we have received an attempt to respond to the challenges that our people are facing on day-to-day here in Tshwane through a budget that was tabled by Councillor Peter. The attempt is not enough. It shortfalls of a number of things that should be deemed as a response to the AG's challenges with regard to financial prudence and many anomalies that we have established through the annual statements and the audited statements that came from Auditor General, irregular spending that goes unabated, lack of controls on our supply chain, and there's a myriad of challenges that we are facing that needs to be corrected. Speaker, that we didn't hear pronouncements around them, but we believe that this government will take free advice because we have nothing to lose. We are in opposition that its interest is this institution, that we have no any other place to go, Speaker. Like I always say, that the city of Tshwane, if it works, it functions, it will be able to service and assist our people in providing basic services. Because that's the core mandate of local government. And if we fail in ensuring that our systems are working, we respond to how we then deal with grants and subsidies that is free money that we are given and we are not doing anything about it, we have a lot to lose because most of our capital projects will be financed through grants and subsidies. But if we're going to have 200 million, 300 million from human settlement that is going to be returned, our people are going to miss to get opportunities of roads, of interventions that are needed. Therefore, we are making an appeal, City Manager and the Mayor, that we should find mechanisms in any way that will assist us to make sure that grants and subsidies are spent. But further to that, Speaker, we need leadership in this council. Now, those positions that are advertised, we should not take chances. We should not hawk people and individuals that are chancers to be appointed in senior managers' positions. We've seen in the past this has happened, and we want the DA-led coalition. Don't take chances in appointing people. Don't listen to gossip. Because there are gossipers, people that are supposed to be professionals, the biggest gossipers. They go from ear to ear lies about things that are not happening. You go to a meeting today, you listen to a senior manager that needs to present to you a solution. You hear that this one is a chancer. You wait for 6 months, they come back with the very same story. They change English in their presentation. The only best thing that they change is English. Same thing, nothing happens. It's excuses. The what we need, City Manager, is an unorthodox approach on doing things. They don't listen to stories and complaints. People must tell you whether they will be able to spend money or nothing. They must present to you plans, that these are the plans for us to build 10 houses. If they can't build those 10 houses, they must explain why they can't build them. But for them to come and explain, in our last term, when Spuka was here or when Randall was the mayor, other things, fire them, remove them. They will never place in the institution. We need capable individuals to do that. Therefore, hire right people. Don't allow put
1 minute.
Oh. Therefore, don't happy birthday to ATM, Speaker. Maybe we missed that one so that you can be okay. Happy birthday, ATM. Then, Speaker, my train of thought is lost now. Don't allow politicians, City Manager, to try and bulldoze you on appointments. They must sit in the panel to assist you to get the best people. We know that there are wishes to have this person and the other one, but get the best people in the market. To assist people that have inspiration to work. And there are many, but they're suffocated because of their favorites of politicians and other things. Therefore, let's get the best people to do the work. And let's not have trade-offs. Give me this, I'll give you that, give me that. No, it doesn't work. Give us people with requisite skills to do the work. We are living in a state of hope. That whatever we are saying, it will happen, and we don't want to say by grace of God it will happen, but we're living in a state of hope that things will turn to the best. And when we work together, things will be better. The situation of Hammanskraal, we didn't want to delve on the blame game because it would be insensitive of us. All of us to blame each other. It was you, it was them, it wouldn't make sense. But as political leaders, we need to support those that are grieving and those that have people that are lying in hospital. Support them for now and make sure that we get solutions to resolve this thing. Therefore, we appreciate the interest of making sure that you bring other spheres of government to bring resources together to get a solution around the water issue. This budget, we accept that we have limited resources, but let's make sure that we make it use to the best of whatever that we're having. Look at the institution, let it be functional, happy employees will be able to deliver services. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Councillor M.S. Chabati, PAC, 5 minutes, that's now.
Thanks, Speaker. Condolences once more to the people of Hammanskraal. Ke busheletše ke re mahloko go lelapa la bo Palesa Malatsi le go tshwela ka mare mediro ye mebe ya digwaela phaga tše di tšereng bophelo bja ngwana rena. Speaker, be ke re ke tlo go direla modiro bobebe ke re ke a waiver but ke fetša ke thatša ke tše dingwe godimo ga budget ka fase ga Mamelodi flood victims re amogela le go thabela statement sa mathomo se se rego batho ba Mamelodi e leng ba tšwa dihlabelo tša mafula they will be relocated in the next financial year. Re thabela seo re tla dula re emetše go bona gore ka nnete se a phethagala in the next financial year. But re boe re swabiše ke sentence e latelang e reng the city approached the National Treasury with a request to reallocate 285 million for the Peanutsburg land acquisition for the purpose of this relocation. Why marshalling Amagaga? Azania is not for sale, was never for sale, and will not be put up for sale. While I was 270 informal settlement, tšeo di nyaka gore di formaliziwe. Joanong ge lefelo le le tee le re costa 285 million. A šetšeng ona o costa masepala wa rena bokae. For future purpose, masepala o tlamehile gore o lebelele gore o tšwa go di township, the informal settlement tša rena di gola in what direction, gona di thibela keng. Ge ba go na le batho ba ba swereng mabu legatong la maAfrika, the municipality must approach banna bao ba swereng mabu ba le noši to say thari a tile naga e a nyakega ka gona re thušeng re lemošeng gore na property ya lena mo godimo ga naga ya batho ke bokae, ba lefiwe bona ba lokolle naga, masepala o be le naga mo o ka thušang maAfrika ka tshwana. Nagana gore 270 informal settlement ge re santse re sa rapeletše ka go kgopela tšhelete National Treasury re tlo di lokišaneng. A re facing reality, naga ya maAfrika ya nyakega, bao ba isweding legatong la bona a ba e tšweletše. We can't afford to lose money go batho ba ba seng ba reka naga. Ke fete ka pejana ke fetele go taba ya Sosville Hostel. E le ngwalwa gannyane ba re budget 2 million, ba re overdue, long overdue project. Last year I said, ge ke buiša ka tšhelete ya Sosville Hostel. And ke nyako e thoma mo e thomileng. In the beginning, ga banna ba ba sa buša, banna ba Congoros, the first budget, ya Sosville Hostel, it's 50 million. Today is down to 1 million. Actually, it was 1 million last year. Today was joining everybody is 2 million. Now, go to project low overdue. How does it going to end? Favor is ka 2 million. Ipadile go fela ka 50 million. If indeed the long overdue project that is more than 25 years, it will run you at 2 million.
1 minute left.
Mamelodi Hostel. It is being mentioned and clubbed under 88.6 million Mamelodi, but we're not being told Mamelodi Hostel. As I'm saying with before, Sosville Hostel, hey, Abel of 50 million. Mamelodi Hostel will get far less, which is 16 million, because it's smaller than Sosville Hostel. So you can't just put there and say, we are going to upgrade or develop Mamelodi Hostel, but you don't tell us how much have you put for Mamelodi Hostel. If Sosville is 2 million, obviously Mamelodi can be 200,000, 200 or 150,000. So we are saying from the budget, let everything be clear. Let's say, Mamelodi out of 88 million. Now, what was the money allocated for? So Mamelodi was there. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Now we move to Councillor D. William Moses, PA. 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as the Executive Mayor has indicated, the status of the Rooiwal and the quality of the water in the area is a stain upon the conscience of this city and something to be addressed. It is noted that in the budget speech, the biggest budgetary allocation was made towards the refurbishment of Rooiwal. This is commendable, but what measures have been put in place to stop the abuse of the supply chain processes taken into cognizance the 2019 supply chain saga into the Rooiwal matter? A capital investment of 2.35 billion over the 2023-2024 financial year to address the inequality in our townships areas and to ensure revenue enhancement. I get numerous complaints over the filth in our streets and townships in Tshwane, which is evident in certain areas, including Easterus, my own community. The city has received written confirmation from National Treasury for the relocation of the Mamelodi flood victims. Mr. Speaker, does the city have adequate proactive measures in place to mitigate any future disasters of the same nature due to Mother Nature? In terms of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000, Act 32 of 2000, and other legislation, residents and business owners pay for service delivery and they have to receive the services they pay for. Whilst prepaid meters have been identified as one of the revenue enhancement initiatives due to the persuasive impact it will have on the revenue value chain. This includes improved control over bulk purchases, a reduction in debtors, reduced credit control costs, and many other factors. When will this be fully implemented, and will all areas be included in this regard? The other part of our budget income is revenue collection. The operating budget is dependent on our ability to collect on services rendered. The plan to increase revenue collection by terminating services to users should be balanced against job losses due to COVID and its impact on the economy. The constant load shedding is worse and more costly for poorer residents, having to purchase food and gas to deal with load shedding. Mr. Speaker, will the incorrect billing for services also be made a priority to rectify accounts before disconnecting of services to our residents? It was stated that we need 4 things: capable people, vehicles and tools of the trade, material, and a positive attitude, mirrored by the understanding that we are here to provide a service to residents and that we are not here doing them a favor. Critical services like preparing street lights, installing meters, and conducting infrastructure maintenance, which includes locking power boxes, servicing mini substations, and dealing with illegal connections and electricity theft. Infrastructure is left unguarded, leaving it vulnerable to theft and vandalism. Mr. Speaker, what can be done in each of our communities to ensure the safety of the latter? We are faced with endless complaints of potholes in our areas, yet the city owns an asphalt plant with a mining license and a quarry. The privately owned quarry is profitable, but it is not being deployed for this purpose. there is a need to address the fact that large parts of the city's core services have been contracted out, which creates vulnerabilities in our supply chain processes.
Please conclude your speech.
How many seconds left?
Just conclude.
It was stated in several instances in the city where the revenue was locked up due to various reasons in our control, like litigation holding up revenue, incorrect billing, slow process to disputes and queries, and other billing-related problems to unlock revenue potential. In conclusion, how will the city deal with all of this proactively moving forward? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams-Moses. Let's move to Councillor MKF Bushielo, ANC, 3 minutes, starts now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the residents of Tshwane have been yearning to receive better services for the past 7 years under the DA-led coalition. However, the MMC of Finance, Peter Sutton, has failed dismally to present the budgets that will give hope to our residents. The budget that has been tabled before this council is grossly imperfect and unbalanced. We are subjected to a lip service budget which will not significantly change the living condition of our people. Speaker, the MMC missed an opportunity to use the capital investment of 2.3 billion to allocate money to capital projects that will make a significant impact towards improving the safety, health, and socio-economic conditions of the people of Tshwane, in line with Section 1521 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We ought to have prioritized specific projects which cut across various wards in a particular areas or townships. Allocating 1 million here, 2 million there will not be helpful or impactful. The MMC said in his budget speech that the people of Tshwane are desperate to earn a dignified living condition. But the DA-led coalition failed to present a budget that will give people of Tshwane much needed dignity. The MMC of Finance acknowledged that in Tshwane, the situation of local economy is dire, but the DA-led coalition failed to present the budget that will stimulate the development of our local economy in Tshwane. The only positive aspect of the budget is the allocation of 285 million for the relocation of Mamelodi flood victims, and also the 88 million that is allocated for water and sewer installation in Mamelodi. These are the only allocations that will significantly touch the life of our people in the township. The allocation of 450 million over 3 years period for the Rooiwal wastewater treatment plant is a clear indication that the city of Tshwane will not be able to address the water crisis in Hammanskraal without the assistance or the intervention of the provincial or national government. The city of Tshwane does not have financial resources to address the dire water situation in Hammanskraal. Speaker, every year Hammanskraal is experiencing flooding. The mere allocation of 500,000 to address the flooding in Hammanskraal is an insult to the residents of Hammanskraal. And as predictable, the DA-led coalition is waiting for disaster to happen and shift the blame to the ANC. In the light of the adverse audit outcome, which clearly characterized the municipality as a financially bankrupt, the MMC should have used the budget process as a first step towards stabilizing the finances of the municipality. In other words, the MMC should have put sufficient money for initiatives that will drastically improve our revenue collection. As the municipality, we urgently need to drastically improve our revenue collection. Speaker, the installation of prepaid meters is rightly identified as one of the key drivers for the enhancement of revenue. However, the allocation of 62 million for the purchase of the mere 25,000 meters for the new installation and replacement is grossly inadequate in relation to the large number of households that are yet to be provided with prepaid meters. To ensure that the provision of water and sanitation services remain uninterrupted, a proper and regular maintenance of our aging infrastructure must be implemented. The money that has been allocated to do proactive and preventative water infrastructure maintenance is insufficient, and this can be characterized as a disaster in waiting. Lastly, Speaker, the ANC will support the budget with its limitation. We believe that the commitment to have the mechanism of monitoring grants and subsidies will be implemented, and no monies will be returned to the National Treasury. A multi-party committee of council that will report on monthly basis should be established as a solution. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was Councillor Bushiela, ANC. Now we move to Councillor AWF Mikkelberg, RCT. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Mr. Speaker, last year when I spoke against the budget, it was, amongst others, for reason that it failed to fund or to prioritize that the residents of Hammanskraal, of Roodeplaat below the Baviaanspoort water treatment plant, and in the Bronkhorstspruit extraction area were left at mortal risk of waterborne diseases. The 150 million now proposed per year over the next 3 years seems to be more of a knee-jerk reaction than a considered appropriation. We don't know how it will be applied because nothing has been shared with Council as yet. At this juncture, it is just an amount on the budget. I suspect, given previous estimations for the project at a value of north of 600 million, that this appropriation will be too little and the proposed timeline of 3 years too late for the residents of Hammanskraal, who will continue to be left exposed to the risk they now face for another 3 years. I simply will not vote for a budget that I know will kill by neglect. As I speak today, the speech I made...
Councillors, don't do that. You must, okay, Councillor Tukwan. Councillors, please. Everybody's got a right to say what he wants to say. Thank you. Councillor Mikkelberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reclaim my time. As I speak today, the speech I made last year remains applicable to this new budget because nothing materially has changed between then and now. To the contrary, in many ways, we have regressed. This budget is again unfunded, in our estimation, by as much as 5 billion. There has been little material reduction in fixed expenditure. Any underfunding will have serious consequences for repairs and maintenance, which is always the first item to be curtailed when there is a revenue deficit. There is little emphasis in the assumptions underpinning the budget of the historical factors that have led to revenue to be under-collected. At current levels of load shedding, we will forego as much as 10% of electricity revenue. More load shedding will have an even worse knock-on effect. That, combined with losses due to rampant electricity theft, will likely destroy any margin on the sale of electricity in this year. The margin on a budget of 17 billion is only 900 million, or effectively 5%. The budget assumes a saving of 5% on non-revenue electricity. Why will this aspirational target be attainable if we failed every year in the past to achieve the same target? The same argument applies to non-revenue water. We have long been on the wrong side of the Laffer curve, with a measurable increase in various forms of tax avoidance, taxpayer migration, and tax delinquency, and no perceivable increase in revenue despite the regular hefty annual rates increases. In 2016, the city's budget was 43 billion. Since then, we had rates and tariff increases by over 240%. Yet today, our expected revenue is still stuck at 44 billion. This is what happens on the wrong side of the Laffer curve. More rates and tariffs do not translate into more revenue. To the contrary, this harmful cycle must be broken. Neither the ratepayers nor the city benefits from this. At this juncture, the further rates and tariff increases serves to destroy the value of property rather than to enhance the experience of living in the city. The revenue forecast also seems to be based on a better than realistic economic forecast. With population growth outstripping economic growth, the real rate of growth is in actual fact negative. Budgeting on any other premise is unrealistic. We start the year with about 12 billion in current liabilities carried over without provisions or accruals to settle it. That means this year's budget will be utilized to pay debt belonging in the previous year, which in turn means liabilities from this year will be carried over into the next. This is, in fact, illegal. Added, I find no provision for the settlement of the final outcome of the Lombardy's judgment. The last appeal is due in this budget year, and it is unlikely to be favorable for the city.
Please, Councillor Mecklenburg, wrap it up.
I will wrap up. The final amount will be considerable, enough to materially skew the budget. In conclusion, let me turn to the budget for repairs and maintenance. At just 950 million, this is a significant reduction from last year, which in turn was a significant reduction on repairs and maintenance the year before. And so the downward trend perpetuates. Spending less and less on repairs and maintenance while our infrastructure deteriorates visibly year after year will not give us better results. This is not a budget that heralds a turnaround in our financial fortunes in the 3-year plan the MMC for Finance touted. This budget continues the spiral dive we are in. Mr. Speaker, please have my vote against this budget minuted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The last speaker, MMC T4C, DA. 4 minutes starts now.
Enkosi Somlomo, Honorable Zwanana, Executive Mayor, Honorable Celia Brink, MMC, fellow councillors, and our most valued clients, our residents. Let me first pass my condolences to the families of Hammarskraal cholera outbreak that have lost their loved ones. Speaker, the lawlessness in this country has reached unprecedented levels. The death of Palesa is but another example of failure by our national government to make sure that we have safe spaces around our residential areas and comfort that when we are at work, our sons and daughters are safe from harm. Again, I would like to pay my condolences to the family of Eusebius Makaiza, a political analyst, journalist, a broadcaster, and obviously a true South African. We are indeed with Nduduzo Nyanda, his lifetime partner. Can I assist our fellow Councillor Lewele? Perhaps he can also disseminate this information to his ward and eventually to his constituency. Clearly, he seems to have some source where the results or before the credible laboratories like CSIR or Medical Research Council can make a deduction. Perhaps he's got sangomatic tendencies. Speaker, councillors should desist from reporting misinformation when they are at liberty to access the right information just under our nose. The budget speech that was deposited in this house by Honorable Alderman Peter Sutton speaks to everyone in the city. Like Santa Claus, he is. Even those at the far-flung part of our city were mentioned in one way or the other. This is now a challenge or an indictment to our councillors to step up, terminate their relationship with service providers, make sure that the very same service providers that we procure services from deliver on time, done right the first time. These are just simple checks and balances which needs no science. We only have this opportunity to cleanse ourselves from being in the media to quell fires, attend endless crises. It is time we innovate, think out of the box, invite our communities, private business, NGOs, have pride to be in the service of our residents. Even with limited resources and funds, I still have hope that a lot can be achieved. This August House should be a place or an arena of thought, not insults. Honorable Speaker and Executive Mayor, the 20 communities spread across Tshwane that have been prioritized as the most underdeveloped and that houses our poorest communities. This budget will be their main anthem as we strive to make inroads and ascertain those services and development are meted out expeditiously. This budget and the investment in our township will yield positive results for the city and making sure we lift our people as we rise. Honorable Speaker, on this budget, my sweet spot is on the 344 million citywide electricity program, which will excite revenue for the city and at the same time empower our people with access to electricity. The new and refurbished substation budget will extensively stabilize our electricity distribution and to a great extent increase our infrastructure lifespan. Stabilization of electricity supply is revenue to the city. Thus, the importance of making sure we maintain our infrastructure should be our immediate goal. The 16.6 billion for electricity, water revenue, which is projected at 5.7 billion, which might be a drop in an ocean to a layman, but the spin-off supersedes the investment, which also can capacitate an addition of putting boots on the ground. This is a yippee moment. While this is happening, we have been experiencing continuous load shedding, particularly reaching and staying at stage 6 for extended periods of time. This is really frustrating, as this level of load shedding does enormous damage to our infrastructure and causes us to use far more for our infrastructure budget, just keeping the electricity infrastructure working. This has a knock-on effect on various other parts of the city machinery, including the pump infrastructure, making water outages far worse, our wastewater systems, as well as things like traffic lights and street lights to break. The only good news on this front is that the mayoral committee has finalized the launch an energy task team, which is going to look at both renewable energy solutions and alternative energy solutions, as well as other power stations like Rooiwal and Pretoria West, to do work to build energy resilience in our city. We are behind other cities like Cape Town and Ekurhuleni, but we now have a structure to help us catch up. A relationship is like a rose flower. You water it, care for it, and nurture it for it to keep it living and blooming. This goes to our executive mayor, who has found it in himself to ask for help from other spheres of government for intervention. As such, winds of Rooiwal wastewater treatment plant will finally move. The relationship with Rainwater has risen to sober levels, with both our technical teams now being in rapport with each other. Pride is at the bottom of all great mistakes. I therefore move to and invite our fellow councillors to vote for the budget and make sure that we start the financial year on a high as we deliver to our residents from all walks of life. Let me end by saying not every racist person is a DA member or a supporter. Not every ANC government deployed is corrupt and incompetent. Not every EFF supporter is young, unemployed, or anti-white. Let sanity prevail in this 2023-2024 financial year. We must be patriotic politicians, not just loyalists to our political parties. Our city needs sobriety than ever before. In the Far Eastern countries, politicians kill themselves when caught with corruption. In Europe, they go to jail. In our beloved country, South Africa, they present themselves for election. Thank you. Yabo.
Thank you very much. That was our last speaker for the debate. Honorable councillors, now that general discussion and other specific issues regarding the budget, as well as the report of the mayoral committee, has been dealt with, I give the floor to the Executive Mayor to respond to the general discussion where necessary, to close the debate on the general discussion, and to submit the reports on the City of Tshwane Integrated Development Plan and 2023-2024 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for the City of Tshwane to Council for consideration. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, the reports are tabled and I delegate to my colleague, the MMC for Finance, the responsibility of responding to the debate. Thank you.
MMC.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. And allow me first, Speaker, to say to all the political parties and councillors in the House, I listened respectfully. Thank you for your debate on the budget, and I will do my best to respond to all the queries. But I appreciate it, and we are indeed.
Deputy Clown.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to start, Councillor Lawele. Councillor Lawele, your points have been noted, and I've taken note of your concerns, and I think we have a lot to do, Speaker. There's still this feeling that we are not committed to all the residents of the city, and I want to give the council the commitment that this coalition government, this entire council, we are all concerned with every single resident in the city. And I'll expand more on that, but his points are taken. And he made some very prevalent points about the unemployment rate, that we need to do more. And that's why I highlighted in the budget speech the importance of improved service delivery and the execution of the budget. So we can change that. And I'm also very concerned, and the point that he raised about drug abuse, especially amongst our youth, the NLP abuse that he has pointed out. We do have systems in the city that needs to deal with that, and we need to make sure that we execute on the ground and that we can start helping the communities in that regard. But I've taken note of his points, he also highlighted the economic climate in the city of Tshwane, and we should expand on that because it is indeed a climate to be proud of. Councillor Makhaleng, thank you very much. Indeed, the opportunities that will be created through the different spatial development and the frameworks that we put out there to bring development into the city, to unlock that market and to create job opportunities and opportunities for our people is certainly one we will keep driving. We need to continue to make sure that we focus on the service delivery, because the service delivery is key for that, to get that investment in, and then to increase our contribution to GDP and make use of the advantage we have with the export market that we have as well. Councillor Ratukwane, thank you very much for your debate, and thank you very much for your input there. You pointed to a few aspects, and I think that is true. You and I are on two different journeys on how we believe the political landscape should look, but that's not important now. And I think you and I respect each other for that, and we understand that. But I want to focus on some of the points you make, because I think you've made some very very prevalent points, and I agree with you. And I think our executive mayor has also pointed it out. The IDP and the capital budget that we have is not enough. It's not perfect that we have, and we need to increase that. And I want to give that commitment. We're going to do all we can to increase that, because we do need that increase. The Tshwane Yatima campaign has had results in the past. We will continue, but we also need to do more, that we don't need the credit control actions, and that's to create a culture of payment. And part of what I mentioned in the speech is we need to identify why people are not paid. And we need to zoom into that and deal with those aspects. Now, we know one of them has been mentioned, and I'll get to some of them. Those accounts, it's obviously an affordability aspect, and we have programs that can deal with that. But there are also other problems, and I think it's been mentioned by our colleagues, and I also mentioned in a budget speech, billing problems,
other aspects, litigation and those aspects, we need to focus on, and we need to find a way to deal with that. And when it comes to the poorest of the poor, we certainly have progress. We have the affordability assessment program, we have the indigent program. We are exploring the possibility of maybe one or two different ones to assist the communities, but certainly we need to do. And I think one that's very important to all of us, you spoke about the 270 informal settlements, and I think it's fair to say I think that's a lot more by this time, and we need to do more to find solutions to that. You also spoke about the service delivery, and then also the crime, the lack of law enforcement in the city. And I think from an IGR perspective, we'll certainly take it up with SAPS as well, because they also have a role to play. And we need to make sure that we get them to react to that. But I've taken note of your concerns about potholes and service delivery. So thank you very much for your input. Councillor Kgosi, I know your heart, and I've listened many a times to your passion when you raise issues. And I want to assure you again, it's noted what you have said. We have a way forward. Hammanskraal is very important indeed for all of us in this coalition government, but I also know where your heart is lying with that. And you correctly pointed out, Councillor Kgosi, that we have many problems that we couldn't address in this budget, but it's not going to stop us from working towards that point where we need to be to get that. So thank you for that. Councillor Bosch, thank you. You re-emphasized again the point that I also made, and the mayor and you as well, that his budget's not perfect. You're concerned about the high employment rate, and so should all of us be. It's over 500,000 people in the city, and we need to make sure that we get a stimulation in for that. And one of the aspects that we can do is through proper service delivery, so we can create that trust again with business, that they can invest and they can do their work. There's too much that they need to be concerned about that's out of our control, like load shedding and all those aspects. But what we can control, cleaning the city, making the city safer, providing those services, keeping the lights on, those are the things we will do that. So Councillor Bosch, I've listened to what you said, and yes, indeed, we need to improve on that. Alderman Erasmus, thank you very much. We do need to, and I think you've summed it up correctly, a lot of the initiatives we're doing is to stabilize the fiscus. A lot of investment into electricity provision, making sure we stabilize the electricity grid, again, coming back to what's in our control versus load shedding, the credit control actions as part of that as well. And then, of course, the processes and systems and the aspects that we need to put in place for that. And I totally wholeheartedly agree with you. Also, the techniques that we need to bring in. You spoke about the zero-based budgeting, and I think there's a lot more that we can bring into play on that as well to help stabilize the fiscus. And then, of course, dealing with the solo mentality that we have in the city. And of course...
Sorry, MMC. Councillors, can I request your attention, please? Come on, Councillor. Councillors. Councillors. Councillors, please, can you sit down, please, Councillor? Can we continue with the meeting? Please, sit down. Councillor, please, sit down. Please, sit down. I will address that. May you please sit down, Councillor? Okay, Councillor, please take a seat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Proceed, MMC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, just to conclude with Alderman Erasmus, he also alludes to the problems of service delivery, but also what he expects us to do. And I want to make it also clear, like all the other political parties and coalition partners, we do value the input there, and we will make sure that we have made notes of that and what we can do to improve on that. And again, it comes down to the execution of the budget. Councillor Morake, thank you very much. I know Rooiwal is very important to you. I also know the issue of the prepaid meters you shared with me. Again, comes down to execution. We can do better on executing and making sure that we address those issues and the problems with that. It's not additional money that's needed. It's how we spend and how we actually address that. The asset protection is a major part, and I think the councillor, all the councillors, Councillor Ratekwani spoke about it, Councillor Khosi spoke about it, and we all are in agreement. We need to look at the asset protection and look at how we can improve that and what we can do better to ensure we deliver on services and we protect our assets and stop this vandalism that's crippling, in many cases, our operational budget. So thank you, Councillor. Councillor Monique from the AIC, and I've taken note of your concerns as well about the service delivery to communities and that we need to do more to fight poverty. And I think the council is spot on. It's in a time like this where we ideally want, and many councillors have spoken about that, we ideally want more capital investment. We ideally want more that we can do with that. But due to the situation, we're just not there. But I want to give it a commitment. I've made notes of that, and we are in agreement. We're certainly going to work towards that so we can do that, because that's going to bring the change that we need in the city. Councillor Malusi, thank you. And you've made the point, Joburg will certainly not be our aspiration, I can assure you that, but thank you very much for stating that again. And you had a very interesting point on how you looked at the financial position of the city and how you worded your comment about the liquidity and not being liquid. And I think you have a very good point when I thought about that. We need to make sure that we improve, and the advantage we have, you know, when it comes to expenditure and it's, you know, spending money on the budget, we always need an adjustments budget during the year to help and to deal with problems where we have. But revenue is different. Revenue we can collect. Revenue we need more. And ideally what we need to work to is that we get to the adjustments budget in February and have an over-collection of revenue, where we can then distribute additional revenue. We've seen the successes of some of the municipalities during the early part of this year that was in that position, and what difference that make. And so, Councillor, thank you very much for your input there. It is noted, and I've also noted your comments about the that we need to spend more. I think that point's been made, and about the problems we have with our water losses and so forth. So that's taken. Councillor Moyale from the ANC, I've taken your note. It's not directly for me. I see she's left the room, about the public participation meetings, and I think we can do more. The one part we miss every year, Speaker, which I hope we're going to change this year with a report that will come in June, is we're missing the IDP public participation meeting for ward councillors to give input into the budget as part of that process. So that should be the first part, and I think we missed it again last year. We're certainly going to work with you, Speaker, in your office, that this year we do not miss that we do grant our communities that opportunity. The budget process always runs parallel. There's always the implementation and the new one, they run in a parallel stream. But we need to make sure we afford communities that opportunity and avoid the situation that we've had now, again, where our public participation process on the budget and IDP becomes an input meeting, if you get what I'm saying. So we need to make sure we get that. So her point is taken. I think we can all do more when it comes to the public participation, and I think when we have the ward committees established, when that's going to be, that's also going to make a very good impact on that. She also spoke about the incorrect billing, and I agree with that. It's something that needs to be addressed. I've also alluded to that in the budget speech. Councillor Mabotsa, again, you also highlight the importance of Rooiwal, and that we need to do more on the CAPEX part. I think that's, I've already addressed that point, but I do agree. We need more investment into CAPEX, and we need to find ways of doing that, and we need to increase the cash collection and the revenue base so we can make more money available for that. We can't just be relying on government to provide us grants and subsidies. We need to start putting our own money in as well, and that's something we committed to working towards. The increase in infrastructure, you spoke a lot about the infrastructure, and then also the supply chain processes, and what we can do to streamline those supply chain processes and make sure that we don't have the problems that we've had in the past, especially when it comes to CAPEX investments. And I think we all know what he's speaking about. He's absolutely, the councillor is absolutely on the money, Councillor Sarah from Good. When it comes to these aspects, we saw the previous CAPEX performance report that served in council and some of the problems there. So thank you, Councillor Sarah. MMC Matebe, thank you. Your contributions and your points are always very, very well thought and make a lot of wisdom that you contribute to any debate. So I thank you for that. And indeed, we need to make those bold decisions. But again, you also alluded to the aspects of service delivery, and that I agree with, that we focus on that. Councillor Makumi, thank you. The increases is a concern for you. I get that, and it is indeed, especially when it comes to the high increases with Eskom and or electricity and Rand water. That's a little bit, that's not in our control, but it does make a major impact on us. And of course, we can't exemplify us. We still have to increase ours, and that's a problem. But I hope we can start seeing some relief if we can grow the revenue base, and we can start seeing a different part, and also the opportunity now with the new valuation role that we will be going through for the city. You also raised the issue about the capital budget not being enough, but also you're concerned about the debtors book. Now, although that's not a direct budget matter that she raised, I do want to acknowledge the point that the councillor made, and that is that when it comes to, and I've raised that a number of times in engagements in council as well, you can't spend money twice. And when we need to break this cycle as well, we need to make sure when we collect from the debtors book, we have to collect from that, but we need to make sure we appropriate that money correctly and split that too, so that we can deal with some of the concerns that councillors raised. So I do want to acknowledge that point. Although it's not a direct budget item, she does have a very valid point with that. And then the overall revenue collection, and also what we need to do for the poorest of the poor. And I think that has been raised by some of the other councillors as well. And I did allude to the fact that we have programs for that, as we have seen in the budget speech as well, but we can always do more. And then, of course, a concern about the service delivery in the townships. And I want to make it very clear from this executive and from all of us in council, there shouldn't be a difference in service delivery in the city. And we need to deal with that. And that comes down to execution on the budget and how we address those service delivery issues. Councillor Zwane from the IFP, thank you. Your waste allocation, I know we are in good hands if I hear your vision and what you want to do and how that money is going to assist you to help clean our city. I support your view of education and awareness that we need to take through to communities and focus on the proactive aspects. You are 100% correct with that, and we will support you. And I've also taken your point on the hostels and that you want to see results. And I assure you we will put measures in place so we can start seeing better results. Councillor, or Alderman rather, Maluleka, thank you. Your point on the systems not working, I've taken. And you've also made the point that it's not enough what we're seeing in the capital budget, and I think I've addressed that point. I agreed with that. We need to find ways to do more, and then we need to, the leadership will get. I am full of confidence once the city manager has that new team in place. We're going to start seeing that difference that we will need. So I trust that process, and we will then certainly start seeing more. What you do raise, Alderman Maluleka, which I stand with you, is that you point to it being a team effort and that we need to have the right team in place to start seeing the results. And I concur with you on that one. So thank you for that. Thank you to the PAC. I unfortunately am not so proficient in the language, but I did get the gist of it. So thank you very much. I do know he's also very concerned about, especially the Mamelodi flood victims. That is something we will keep very closely eyes on, and I trust, as a council in general, we will. So we execute that. So thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Williams Moses, thank you. The councillor is correct, and I also spoke about it in the budget speech. Is 100% correct about and Councillor Zwane also spoke about it. The filthiness in our street, the illegal dumping, and I alluded to it in a budget speech. We indicate how we detected that how many people do not have access to waste bins in the city. And we're going to fix that. We're going to give them access to waste bins. We'll obviously have some work to do. I've listened to the debate or the comments from one of the councillors about the 85 litre versus the 240 litre. It obviously is a practical matter as well in terms of the collection, but that's something that I'm confident our MMC is going to deal with, and we will give him all the support we can. And I trust Councillor Debbie Moses is Williams Moses rather will also see that improvement in her area as well in Eersterus. And then the prepaid meters. The prepaid meters, you asked when will they be done? That's obviously an ongoing process, but my colleague on my left-hand side here, MMC Forsi, will manage that process, and I'm sure we're going to re-look how we roll out those prepaid meters to make more sense and have a more benefit for the residents and for the city as well. But we're in capable hands on his side. I know he's already spoken one or two things with me, so we will certainly see. But it will take some time for us to roll over to prepaid meters. So I can't, unfortunately, give when it's going to be. It's going to be an ongoing process for now. She also made the point of incorrect billing, and that's noted, and then also the vandalism. And she asked, how will the city deal with that? And it's, again, comes to execution. I think we have processes and systems that are lacking in the city, but we certainly have bylaws. We certainly have Metro Police, evident with the number of Metro Police officers we have in the city. And I'm sure when that new chief of police is going to come on board, that would be a major aspect that's going to be addressed on how we're going to implement it. We have the people on the ground. We must just get them to execute on that. Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Boshile, thank you very much. And you've made a few points that I just want to, you also spoke about the prepaid meters. That's a concern for you. And that we need to find ways of stimulating the economy for that growth. And we certainly need to do that. And we certainly need to make sure that we can't just rely on government to do the service delivery and to stimulate the economy. We need the private sector to come and help as well. We need to provide those services. But one thing I do want to share with you, Councillor, is you've made a point that we need to monitor how the spending takes place on these capital projects, and that we do spend on them, and that we need to stop the aspects of money not being or money not spent and taken back. And I can share with you, we will put a mechanism in place for all of us where we can monitor this and make sure that we do actually see the success of that, and our executive mayor will take the lead on that in time to come. Councillor Middelburg, thank you very much for yours. And the council is indeed correct. We're still in an unfunded budget. That's why National Treasury is very much part of what we do and why they've been so involved. Also going back to the letter we've seen from the minister in the past. The fixed cost, we need to relook, or we need to increase the revenue base of the city, but it is indeed a problem, as the councillor has pointed out. And I've also taken note of some of his concerns about repairs and maintenance. And indeed, the repairs and maintenance amount is not ideal. There can never be enough repairs and maintenance budget in the city. But the one thing I do want to also highlight is if we can execute on this budget, it can make a difference, and it will make a difference, and that's where our focus is going to be. It might not be enough, but we will certainly do everything we can to see quality spending on that budget. And then in conclusion, Speaker, thank you very much for your indulgence. Councillor MMC Forsi, thank you very much. You spoke about some of the problems and the concerns, and indeed our capital projects, and speak about revenue enhancement, many of them sitting in your department.
many of them citywide, and we have faith you're gonna take good care of that. Also the prepaid meters. So thank you very much for your hard work and your contribution as well. Speaker, with that, I thank you. I hope I tried to cover as many points as I can. If I didn't mention anything, please, the councillors mustn't take it as disrespect. It's obviously I did my best here, but thank you very much to this council again. I am encouraged. I think we can make a difference in the city. A focus, and I think all the councillors almost spoke about this point. It's execution of this budget, and that we are certainly going to work together as a council to see that happen. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, MMC. Honorable councillors, as the MMC has now responded and given closing remarks on the budget debate, I submit his report and submit his report. I put to you the report as they appear in the agenda for consideration. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, please just allow me to do this. My attention was drawn to a small mistake in one of the recommendations, which is the first recommendation on the budget report, which refers to 2022-2023 erroneously instead of 2023-2024. It's obviously a typing error, but for the sake of greater caution in terms of Rule 13.5, I would like just to correct that so that recommendation 1 refers to 2023-2024. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Alderman Maluleka.
Yeah. I don't know whether you have that document. In the document, it's correct. Because I opened the agenda now. Look at the 3 recommendations. The first one, it says 23-24 review of the 22-26 IDP tabled to council be approved. Therefore, I think it's correct here.
So just to be clear, Speaker, I'm referring to item 2, which is the medium-term revenue and expenditure framework. Item 1 is the IDP. It's just a mistake in item 2.
Thank you very much. Let's continue. I put to you the reports as they appear in the agenda for consideration. Report 1, reference number 85483/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, tabling of City of Tshwane 2023-2024, revenue of 2022-2026, Integrated Development Plan. This report is on page 3 to 352, recommendations on page 20. As recommended, item 2, reference number 44433/1, Group Financial Service Department, 2023-2024 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework of the City of Tshwane. The report, it's on page 35314 up until to 1,454, recommendations on 405. On this report, we are going to vote on it. Let me read the report again. Reference number 2023-24 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for the city of Tshwane. This report is on page 353, 1454, recommendations on 405. As recommended, Honorable Councillors, it should also be noted that, as mentioned earlier, in accordance with Section 1603B of the Constitution, a decision on the approval of the budget and the imposition of rate and other taxes, levies, and duties must be taken by Council with a supporting vote of a majority of Council members, at least 108 councillors in the case of City of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the final proposal of 2023-2024 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for the City of Tshwane to vote. For the purpose of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who are supporting the recommendation to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Can you put your hands down a bit? Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Shouldn't we first deal with the recommendation from the Executive Mayor before we vote?
No.
After the amendment, yeah, sorry.
I've amended it.
Is it done yet? Okay.
Thank you very much. Let me read it again. For the purpose of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who support the recommendations to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Please raise your hands. You can put your hands down. Thank you.
Speaker, we want to record your hand. I did this thing includes your office.
Honorable councillors, the City of Tshwane 2023-2024 budget has now been passed with 155 councillors in favor thereof. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Honorable councillors, I wish to thank you for your value inputs during this special council meeting. This special council meeting is now concluded. Wait. Shh. Councillors, may I have your attention, please? This meeting is concluded, the special meeting. Now we'll be starting the continuation meeting just to finish the Section 79 committee report. And I'll just give you a stretcher for 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes, then we continue. You okay? You want to continue? All right. Okay. Councillors, may I have your attention? May I have your attention? I think it is important that we adjourn for 15 minutes. Remember, this is another council meeting. We have to sign the register. So 15 minutes for a break, go and sign the register, then we come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Yeah. Okay.
Five o'clock.
Are you having a party here?
Good afternoon, councillors. Please take your seats. Councillors, please take your seats. Councillors, Please take your seats. Honorable councillors, please take your seats. Honorable councillors, I will now call upon the chair of chairs to submit to the council reports emanating from section 79 committees for consideration. When I don't want to go there. I'm going home now. Councillors, can we begin our meeting, please? Can we begin our meeting? Honorable older women, older men, and councillors, due notice was given of this Constitutional Council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare the meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we begin with our Constitution Council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. Thank you. His Worship, the Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and public. I welcome you all on this Constitution Council meeting. Honorable Councillors, for purposes of informing Council as far as leave of absence for councillors from Constitutional Council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to Council the approved leave for absence of Council. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a correction, it's the continuation meeting, not the constitutional meeting. I just want to submit the following leave applications. Councillor S. Lelaka from the ANC, Family Responsibility. Councillor Z. Mtotila, ANC, Sick Leave. Councillor L. Machara, ANC, Family Responsibility. Councillor F. Mampuru, ANC, Family Responsibility. Councillor M. Ndlovu, ANC, Family Responsibility. Councillor B. Nslapu, ANC, Family Responsibility. Councillor R. Monchusi, EFF, Sick Leave. And Councillor O. Ramaburu, Organizational Duties. No councillor arranged to arrive late, and no councillor requested to leave early. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Official notice, there are none.
unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposal allowed by the Speaker? There are none. Honorable Councillors, during our council meeting on the 25th of May 2023 and before the meeting could be adjourned and postponed, we were just about to consider the reports emanating from the Section 79 Oversight and Standing Committees. Honorable Councillors, I have equally convened this continuation meeting in accordance with our rules and orders to finalize the outstanding reports of our agenda. Let's now proceed with our meeting. Honorable Councillors, I will now call the Chair of Chairs to submit to Council reports emanating from the Section 79 committees for consideration. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I table the reports, I just want to make one remark. And we often see in this council that we have differences, we are different parties, we take different opinions. But I would like to thank all councillors, especially those who are actively participating in our committee meetings. It's a different story there in most, not all, but in most of the committees. There's cooperation, there's sincerity to deal with the matters of the city. And I would like to ask all of our councillors to keep this up and ensure that we have effective oversight committees. And I would like to thank them, the chairpersons, keeping it together, the chairpersons leading and ensuring that all the reports are there, especially as the staff from the Office of the Speaker. But let us continue doing this, especially in the light of the negative report that we've received in the previous year from the Auditor General. It's extremely important. Let us continue and do our oversight as best as we can. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to submit to Council the following reports from the Section 79 Oversight and Standing Committees. The following reports have been deferred from the Council meeting of 26th of April 2023. The Section 79 Standing Committee report of public accounts.
Just a second, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reports that have been deferred are from the public accounts, and it's very important that we deal with them today. It is from two of the impact meetings, namely 3rd of February 2023, and the reports that were dealt with on the 10th of March 2023. I would also like to table the reports from the Section 79 Oversight Committee of Health.
Councillor Mshongo, please may take your seat. Thank you.
I would like to table the Section 79 Oversight Committee reports from Health that happened on the 18th of April 2023. Then also the reports from Roads and Transport on the 11th of April 2023, and the reports from Corporate and Shared Services of the meeting of 19 April 2023. And then we have the new reports that I would like to table. The first ones that are on our agenda are the reports from Community and Social Development Services of the meeting of 18th of April. I was requested by the chairperson because of several inaccuracies in the reports that it be withdrawn. So I would like to ask that we withdraw F1 to 4, the reports under F1 to 4. Then I'd like to table the other reports from Corporate and Shared Services, the meeting held on the 4th of May, and then also the reports from Local Geographical Names, the meeting of the 5th of May 2023. I also want to table the reports from Economic Development and Spatial Planning, the meeting that was held on the 10th of May 2023, and then also the reports from Group Financial Services, the meeting that was held on the 9th of February 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very Hello, yeah. Honorable Councillors, I am putting to Council the following reports as submitted by the Chair of Chairs. A1 we have dealt with last Thursday. Now we are moving to item number 2. Item number 2, Community and Social Development Services, Arts, Culture and Library Service Division, reports of the Section 79 Standing Committee, Public Accounts regarding the purchase and supply of books to Tshwane libraries. This report is on page 93 to 153, recommendations on 9.7. Last time when we had this report, we had speakers that are going to speak on this report. I would like to call those speakers to come in. And we've got Councillor Lishabane from EFF. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We note the content of the report. However, as the EFF, we wish to register our disappointment in the administration of the city and the procurement that would not come time and again and complain about overpricing on the services that the municipality is acquiring. And we continue like that until to date. No one is held liable. All we do is to come here and complain time and again. We submit as the EFF that it's long that we've been hitting that the tendering system is destroying the service delivery in the country. And to that effect, as the EFF, we are calling that there must be a deliberate act to empower the municipality in terms of staff. The things that we're complaining about in this report, we could have secured directly without having a middleman whom would also come and complain that the invoices are inflated. This is deliberate, and I think that the administration should be held liable. But unfortunately, the reports of the MPEG are edited somewhere within the administration, within the coalition administration, and nothing is happening. So we note the content of the report, and we submit that corrective measures must be taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got Councillor P. Maria. Yeah, Mayor. FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We've heard a lot about supply chain management by the Executive Mayor during a SOCA address, by the MMC for Finance during the budget speech as well as all the debates on the SOCA as well as the budget. Now, this report, and I just want to refer to the details of this report where it lies with supply chain management, and it actually underlines the problem within the supply chain management division. If we look at the details of the report, and it's very important for members of this council to go through the reports in detail. Now, this is just an example, this was a tender for library books. But if you go into the detail of it, and if you look at the bid evaluation committee and the bid adjudication committee, the same members served on both of these committees. It can't be healthy. Through this way, there could be corruption, because the same people that evaluate also adjudicate. It should be a totally different panel. Let's look at the panel themselves. The panel consists of the chief engineer of infrastructure, of a director of bulk water supply, for a tender for library books. If I go for a brain surgery, I don't go to a carpenter, I'd rather go to a brain surgeon. They both drill holes, but I think the one will know which hole to drill in the correct place. If you look at the total of bidders, you've got a total of 73 bidders. Now, 5 people have been appointed on the panel. It's totally, to me, common sense says that all these people that served on a panel can give a similar score for each and every 73 bidders. Then it's not been done the correct way. Speaker, what I want to try and highlight here is we've really got a problem at supply chain management. And I believe that where tenders are awarded to people that cannot do the work, or where there are inflated amounts on the tenders that we receive and the tenders that we award actually to the successful tenderer or the successful bidder. I think it's for us as council, it's important to note that this needs to be, we need to take action on this, and we need to take serious steps to correct or make corrections to our supply chain management, and we might even consider making use of experts, outside experts, to serve on our bid adjudication committees as well. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, now, just from the executive side, I've taken note what the council has highlighted. We will take it back from the executive to the executive as well and take it further. So thank you very much to the councillor for highlighting that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's changed. Hello? Yeah. You can hear me now. Item number 2, Group Finance Services Department, payments made into fresh rent backing details. This report, it's on page 154, 158, recommendations on 157. I've got one speaker here, Councillor Lishaban, EFF. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The content of this report are really shocking. You can't have the municipality that continuously says that it's cash strapped, but continue to have people who are able to siphon
almost 53 million out of the accounts of the municipality. And we are informed here, so many heads, that the money has been paid into fraudulent accounts. I think that there is a syndicate that operates within the municipality. Fraudulent account. What are our systems to confirm payment to be made? In my view, I think there is an invoice that is submitted and there is verification of services that are rendered by a particular department. And there is authority, there is a chain of authority that gives rise to finally payment being made. So we're sitting here with facts. Really, this is unacceptable. So much millions. And when you check on the report, we are only informed that so much the municipality has lost. But there is no attachment of the losses to the report. There is no list of people who were recommended for disciplinary inquiries. It's not attached to this report. And we don't even have the list of suspects. And when are they going to appear in court if they are arrested? But we're informed that there are people who are arrested, and such information remains in the knowledge of the coalition government. It's not presented to us. So I want to submit with disappointment that as the EFF, we reject this report. We are not happy, and we think that something has to be done administratively. We keep complaining here, even on the report that has just passed now, that these are the challenges that we have, but no one is brought into books. Since I became a member of this council, I've not heard of any person driven out of the municipal premises escorted by the police, because this is fraud that is taking place internally. And we want to come and claim that it has occurred somewhere else, and we're waiting for reports. As the EFF, we are registering our disappointments, and we are recording that we are not in support of this report. Nothing is done. We keep complaining. The municipality has no money. People are stealing the money, and no one is taken into account. That's our submission.
Thank you very much. We only had one speaker on this item. Alderman Maluleke.
Thanks, Speaker. Councillor Shabane rejects report of his own committee. Therefore, we sit with him at MPEC. These are our resolutions with him. Therefore, we can't reject his work. This is our work with him. It can be any other councillor, except us members of MPEC rejecting our own work.
Point of order. Councillor Shabane.
Honorable Speaker, I think that the alderman should be knowing directly that being deployed in a committee and a committee resolving to take a particular position, it's not an organizational position. I'm here to speak on behalf of the EFF, and I'm submitting a position of the organization that this report must be rejected by the caucus. So my personal views should not supersede the views of the caucus and the views of the organization. So I can't come here and be told that someone else must speak on behalf of the EFF, because my hands are not dirty. I'm not part of the people who lost the money here. I'm not part of the fraudulent activities. But I'm speaking on behalf of the EFF as mandated.
Thank you, councillors. I heard you.
What is he talking about?
Hello, Speaker. It's not yet done, Speaker.
Okay. Finish up, Councillor Shabane. Finish up. Noted, Alderman. Councillors, can you, Councillor Shabane, just finish your point of order, then we continue, please.
Thank you for protection, Honorable Speaker. I submit in conclusion
that if I am receiving a position of the caucus, I'm carrying that organizational mandate. It supersedes my personal view. I may have spoken against that view, but if the organization says that this is the position that we're taking as the EFF, that position, I must be able to articulate it without fear and favor. So I can't be intimidated that I must not be the one representing the EFF on this report, because it has been assigned to me to communicate the position of the EFF. I'm not the one who was involved in the fraudulent activities. I was not part of those things. But the organization says that this is our view, go and articulate it, and I'm doing exactly that. So I can't be abused by an alderman.
Thank you, Council. Alderman Maluleka.
Yeah, no, thanks, Speaker. There are, it's an animal farm. I'm learning now that other animals are better than others. Therefore, that one is Boxer. If you read the animal, there's a busy, hard-working donkey in the animal farm called Boxer. Therefore, Boxer is better than me. But let me make my point, Speaker.
Councillors, can we allow Alderman Maluleka to speak? Then, Chairperson, we are noted. Alderman Maluleka, Councillor, can we allow Alderman Maluleka? He's on the floor. He's on the floor, Councillor. Councillor Matebula, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. But I'm not talking to you. Okay, what is the point of information?
Yeah, then it's okay, Speaker. If the approach is that we can go argue in the committee and come back and re-argue here, it's fine. I don't have a problem. But I'm questioning that the committee.
Sorry, Alderman. Point of information, Council. Councillor Matebula, can you please not assist me? I don't need your assistance. It's a point of information, Council. Okay. All right. Okay, let's do this way. If it's a point of information that the alderman is giving, can we allow him to finish? Then we come to your point of information. No, can we allow him to finish his point of information? Councillors.
No. Yeah.
Councillor Shaban, you cannot give a point of information while there is a point of information on the floor. Allow Councillor Matebula, I'm not talking to you. Allow Alderman Maluleka to put his point of information. Then you come in after that. Allow him to do that. I have allowed you to finish your point of order. He tried to disturb you, but I've allowed you to finish. Allow him to finish as well. Then you come in with the point of information. Alderman Maluleka.
Well, thank you, Speaker, for protecting me from the George Orwell tale called the Animal Farm. Yeah, Speaker, I'm not trying to be nasty. All I was asking is that, is it possible that we do that? I asked that question. If it's allowed for us to rehash debates when we are members of a committee, it's okay, then we can do it, all of us. Because we're respecting that if I'm not in that committee, I can raise those issues because I'm not sitting in that committee. But because I've got privilege, I can then deposit what I think are correct, because we don't vote there. We show each other the course and agree on the recommendations. Therefore, but if you are a member, you can still come back here and do the debates and rehash recommendations. It's fine if that's what you're agreeing as the Speaker we should follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Maluleka. Chairperson of MPEC.
Speaker, if you've forgotten, you actually said after the alderman.
Can I start there? I'm coming.
No, in fact, cancel. Cancel. In fact, the chairperson raised the hand before Councillor Maluleke. I'm coming to Councillor Lishaban. Councillor.
And then you want us now to abide by it. You are the one who said he must finish it after he finishes.
Okay, Councillor, I'll come to you. Councillor. Councillor Lishaban.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, the point of information I wanted to raise with you is that in terms of your following procedure, because if there's a discussion, if there's a report under discussion, you note people who are to speak on that report. And that is the speaker's note, the speaker's list that you have. Now, all of a sudden, somebody just raised up the hand without indicating whether it's a point of order or point of information or anything in terms of the rule. Now you just point on a person, and when we raise a point of order, suddenly that contribution all of a sudden is now converted into a point of information. That is the point I wanted to raise with you. That when a person raises up his hand to interject, he must indicate in terms of the rules what process is he coming up with. We can't just raise up our hands. You are pointing another hand that side. We don't know what is it for. It's not even indicated by the person who's raising up the hand, whether it's a point of information or a point of order or what, or whether the person is on the speaker's list. So, and that trend is growing. People just raise up their hands and speak. That is the point of information I'm raising with you. In terms of what? If you are proceeding to that side, is he on the list of the speakers on this, or is it a point of order or what? So they just raise up their hands, we recognize them, and when we raise points of order, we then hear that.
Council, I have not recognized anyone here, except, come on, except the chairperson of MPEC. That's the only person. I want to hear from her, whether it's a point of order or a point of information. I haven't given her that opportunity. Chairperson.
Thank you, Speaker. I hear what Councillor Lishaban is saying.
Is it a point of order or a point of information, please?
Point of information. The concerns that the EFF raised are covered in the recommendations, because the recommendations are that MPEC should receive an update on the case that's set in December with regard to these employees, that we should also get a forensic report done, and there must be consequence management. These recommendations are on page 158, but also, Speaker, just on that point of information, this issue of 5 o'clock delays oversight, and this is one of the things that Auditor General mentioned. We can't, when you look at the recommendations say that by March already, we must get an update on those cases. We are now going for June. We have not had anything. These reports should have already been passed in February, because the meeting is from February. So I want to plead with the colleagues that for us to be effective and for us to achieve what Councillor Lishaban is saying on behalf of the EFF, that we must have oversight. We must see people in orange overalls. We have to also commit ourselves as councillors. This issue of taking long lunch breaks, this issue of 5 o'clock is not assisting us, and it's part of creating the...
Thank you, Chairperson. Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are still on item number 3, which is, we have discussed the item now as recommended. Let's move to item 4. Group Financial Services Department, Rockets Revenue Management Division, Debt Collection and Credit Control on Property Rental Accounts. This report is on page 159-164, recommendations on 164. On this item, I've got Councillor Lishaban and Councillor Mayor. Councillor Lishaban, Councillor Ritukon.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to draw your attention to Supanako time, error 1647. So while we are moving, colleagues, we must be mindful of time, because we can't be here longer than what we are scheduled for. Thank you.
Councillor Lishabane.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I waive on this one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to waive, but I'm not going to waive, but I'll be very short. If you look at the report, the panel of it's the panel of debt collectors that I'm concerned about. They've got a success rate of 2.6% of revenue collection. Now, I wonder how this panel has been appointed. And once again, I believe the root cause is the supply chain management, who has appointed this panel of debt collectors. 2.63% success rate in debt collection is nothing. So I'm really wondering on what terms these debt collectors have been appointed. I believe to be effectively as a debt collector, you should be paid on a sort of a commission base. It seems like these debt collectors are paid sort of a retainer. So they just sit back, and that's why we get a success rate of 2.63%. Out of the 26 debt collectors, 7 of them didn't manage to collect a cent. And I believe that if we deal with officials, there's consequence management. I would like to know what sort of consequence management there is on these debt collectors. I'll keep it there. Once again, I just want to emphasize that here we can see the problem lies with supply chain management. That's why we're not active in enhancement our revenue collection. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, it's not my intention to speak on every report, but this is quite important, what he's raised. I don't think it's just an issue of supply chain management. It's also an issue in revenue management, as well as the components of the value chain that run into other departments, including utilities. This is an issue which is central to the financial recovery of the city. If we're getting 2% on our credit action, that spells disaster. And if we don't fix that, we can do nothing else. So what the councillor said is extremely important. It's issues which MMC Fossey, MMC Sutton, and I have raised with the city manager. We need urgent intervention in this regard. And we need to fix that. So I would want to acknowledge that and also confirm that it is the concern of the mayoral committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. That was item number 4, as recommended. Councillors, can I steal your 2 minutes time? Can I meet up with the whips? Don't say no. Don't say no. I don't want trouble here. Can I meet up with the whips, please?
38B, please release the speaker so that we can go.
Councillors, may I have your attention, please? May I have, councillors, can I have your 2 minutes? Can I have your 2 minutes, councillors? Can I have your 2 minutes? And thank you very much, councillors. We were in item number 4, going to item number 5. This is the agreement that we have, that I will issue, councillors, I will issue a notice for a special council that we only deal with the remaining items. Unfortunately, I spoke to the whips. So I will issue a special council for next week. Then we deal with these reports. Then we go home. So the meeting today is concluded and this council meeting is adjourned. Thank you. No. Councillors, can I have your 2 minutes? Can I have your 2 minutes, councillors? Can I have your 2 minutes? And thank you very much, councillors. We were in item number 4, going to item number 5. This is the agreement that we have, that I will issue, councillors, I will issue a notice for a special council that we only deal with the remaining items. Unfortunately, I spoke to the whips. So I will issue a special council for next week. Then we deal with these reports. Then we go home. So the meeting today is concluded, and this council meeting is adjourned. Thank you.